from Singapore. So welcome to our Asia Pacific Sunday School Teacher Training Workshop.
We see many participants here today. Please feel free to type greetings to all our brothers and sisters in the chat box. It's always a place for everyone to communicate with each other and share our inspiration and idea. Oh, I see Ola here. Ola.
Hello, welcome. Good afternoon. Welcome our teachers, our hardworking teachers, for taking the time to joining our workshop together. So maybe we wait a few more minutes and then we will go straight to the housekeeping rules.
Yes. Please, you can always feel free to be more active in the chat box so we can have a more interactive workshop today. It's not just me and Henry here speaking. Please feel free to use the chat box. Ooh, I see.
Good afternoon.
Selamat siang.
Good afternoon. We also see people from Solomon Islands. Welcome.
Yeah, nice seeing you typing in the chat box.
Nice to see you, Yuki from Malaysia, to join. Yes.
So I think it's about time. So maybe I will first go through the housekeeping rules. So it will be similar as the rules as the online workshop we used. So actually there are 5 housekeeping rules. So we can go from first beginning to the 5th. So the first one I would like to begin. First, we would like you to mute yourself during the whole section. So please press the mute icon button on the bottom left corner. You can see on the PPT slide. So you press it, you can mute yourself, and so you won't interrupt the speaker.
And second, we would like to ask you to adjust to the speaker's view over here. You can look at the screen, and if you're using your mobile phone, please you can unlock the rotation mode so that you can see the speakers and their PowerPoint on a wider screen.
And third one, this is my favorite, as it's very important. So please turn on your webcam, and to support our speaker, we all want to see your beautiful face.
Yes. And then of course, for those who need translations, please click on the translation button below and select the channel for your language. There will be interpretation available in 10 languages. So please choose the one that you prefer.
And lastly,
sorry, please
sorry.
Please don't forget to press the mute original audio button so you can hear your interpretations in a more clear voice.
Yeah, and the final one, please rename yourself according to your nation. Please first click on the participation button when you see your name. Please click more and then rename yourself. First enter the country code and then enter your name. Example like SG for Singapore, and then you can write your name behind your country code. So now we will give you a few minutes to rename yourself. We will use, this is really important to later on to put you in your breakout rooms when we have our discussion.
Yeah, we can see we actually have participants from 22 different countries here. So please find your nation and then rename yourself as we have mentioned earlier. We'll give you some more time.
music to prepare.
For those participants who's not done yet, please feel free to take a photo of this screen. And don't worry, we will also show your country codes later, right before our breakout room sessions. So now I will close this PowerPoint so that we can have some music to prepare our heart. Damn it. Welcome everyone. We're about to start. Welcome everyone for coming. We see a lot of participants from Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, Samoa Islands. Wow. Please feel free to use the chat box and greet everyone. We like to see we also like to see faces from all around the world. And now,
welcome. So good afternoon. We are now already 1 p.m. So we'll officially start our Asia Pacific Sunday School Teacher Training Workshop. So first, I will introduce myself. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Henry, a second generation from Hong Kong.
And good afternoon, everyone. I am Annabelle. I'm also a second generation from Hong Kong. It's our pleasure to be your MC for today. And for this workshop, we actually have over 160 participants from 22 different nations around the world. And I'm really proud of the participants and Sunday school teachers here. So let's first give ourselves a round of applause. And I think for those who didn't go through the housekeeping rules earlier with us, please be reminded that to mute yourself so then we don't interrupt the speakers, and to adjust to our speakers mode so then you can have a clear view of the PowerPoints. And then please also remember to turn on your cameras to show your beautiful faces to support our speakers as well. And if you need any interpretation, we also provide them in 10 different languages from our hardworking interpreters. And also to remember to rename yourself so that will also help us to arrange you into our breakout rooms later for our breakout room sessions. And so we'll also briefly go through the rundown for today. We'll be listening to 2 lectures from our WISE lectures from different parts of Asia. And we'll also have 3 testimony sessions from Sunday school teachers, parents, and also students. And I hope that everyone is excited for today's program. And today we have also invited all of our hardworking interpreters from around the world to provide translations, and also technical staffs, coordinators, and all the staffs that actually made this workshop happen. So let's give them a big round of applause. And so without further ado, we will officially start our workshop for today. So first, we would like to offer our bow to our Heavenly Parent and true parents. So 일단 차렷, 하늘 부모님과 천지인 참 부모님께 경배하로.
Now let us unite our hearts and mind and sing the Cheonggyeokguk anthem together.
And so coming up next, let's invite the director of the Blessed Children Department of Asia Pacific 2 and the coordinator of Asia Pacific Sunday School Think Tank Group, Uncle Cheng Hai from Malaysia, to offer an opening prayer to prepare our hearts to receive the content for today.
Okay, so brother and sister, please join me for this opening prayer. Let's pray. Our beloved parents and true parents, heaven and earth humankind, hand parents, we are so grateful. Today is a day, hand parents, you're waiting for so long. I believe that it's like 6,000 years. Hand parents, you want to prepare this Asia Pacific Sunday School teacher training workshop, hand parents. This training, we want to raise up our heavenly teachers, our heavenly angel to guide and also protect our beloved blessed children. Hand parents, it's so important, this kind of workshop, to raise up more our teacher who understand your heart and your love and how we can guide and protect our beloved, our blessed children. Hand parents, even though we are not enough, we are so much lacking part, but we believe that as a Sunday school teacher, we have responsibility to prepare our heavenly culture, heavenly environment for our beloved blessed children and our next generation. Now is a time for us, all our Asia Pacific Sunday school teacher, unite as one, do our speaker, do our leader together. Let's inherit hand parents and true parents' heart. And also we want to pass on to our next generation, to our beloved blessed children. Hand parents, true parents, please guide all this 2 day, our Sunday school teacher training program, this workshop. Let them can inspired by your words, by your love and your heart, hand parents. Hand parents, true parents, please guide us for this workshop. Let's, through our speaker, through our testimony giver, really can inspire each other. And through this, we can pass down to our next generation. We prepare a wonderful environment for our beloved next generation. Hand parents, thank you so much for this wonderful evening, afternoon here. I want to offer to report to you in managing alum and you keeping as blessed center family. Aju.
Aju. Thank you so much, our beloved Uncle Shanghai, for such an artistic prayer. So coming up next, we invited actually 2 VVIP speakers to give our opening remarks. First, I would like to welcome up Mrs. Ursula McLachlan, the Director of Blessed Family Department of Asia Pacific 1. So let's welcome Mrs. Ursula.
Okay. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank President Dunkley for being here with us, and also the Vice President of AP2, Dr. Julius Malikdam. I know he was one of the very pioneers of the Sunday schools here in Asia Pacific, and all our dedicated Sunday school principals, our past, present, and future Sunday school teachers, and all the parents and those who are joining here. Maybe you haven't all decided yet to become a Sunday school teacher, but I truly want to encourage you to really think how we can take care of our precious second generations, and also in the very near future, not only our own second generations, but we are going to have also many children from our HTM areas whom we need to educate and teach in True Parents tradition. So let me begin with True Parents' words. True Father said, all of education, which is the greatest. The family is the base, the origin of the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, the best education is teaching the way of a son or daughter in the family. This teaching of the way should be from God. God is our Father, and at the same time, our teacher and king. In God's royal family, princes and princesses would have been taught, you represent all the men and women who live in the kingdom, even though they number in the hundreds of millions. However, no one has received such education in the position of sons and daughters representing his royal family. Further, no one was ever taught, when you two unite, As the older and younger siblings, you can bring peace to the world. Further, since all the men and women in the country are like your brothers and sisters, and you are in the position of older siblings, you should love your people as your younger brothers and sisters. Even though families are small, each one represents the whole nation, which in turn represents the world and all of heaven and earth. Therefore, with your family as an exemplary model, you should teach your children the principle that applies to all levels in the whole world. That is, loving your brothers and sisters is the same as loving all of humanity. At the same time, teach them that when they live for the sake of something greater, that which is of lesser value is absorbed by that of greater value. These are heavenly principles. So I'm so proud of all of our second generations, the elder ones who really have that heart that True Father is talking about, that you really care for the future and the life of faith of your younger siblings. They might not be your own physical siblings, but you really feel that your community, in teaching the young people in your community, is your responsibility. So I really want to thank all of you. And especially, I also want to thank our hardworking, what did you call it? Think tank, Sunday school think tank team. You have been working non-stop for 5 months to prepare this amazing curriculum and textbook, and even to teach and to pass on your knowledge, your experience that you have gained over many years to the new and younger Sunday school teachers. So I really thank you for your hard work. And I just want to mention one more point based on Father's words, that when especially the new Sunday school teachers or those who are considering that you might want to help and become a Sunday school teacher in the future, don't feel overwhelmed when you see this these materials that are being presented to you. Always remember that your heart of love for God, for true parents, is most important. Father said, education does not take place only through a teacher standing at the podium with books, but also through the teacher's words and deeds. The way a person dresses is an education. You can tell a good deal about a person's character by the way he and she dresses. Just as the body reflects the mind, a person's clothes reflect his or her character. In this light, our daily life offers constant opportunities to educate, stimulate, and influence everyone around us. If we continually strengthen our effectiveness in educating people in our daily life, society surely will develop. That is where new hope for our world unfolds. So really, our practice in our daily lives is the foundation for what we can teach our younger generation. Thank you very much for all your efforts and your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ursula, for your words of wisdom to set the right heart and atmosphere for today's workshop. And Sunday school teachers, please remember that you're not just raising ordinary children, but you have the mission. We actually have the mission to educate the princes and princesses of our heavenly parent and true parents. And so thank you so much again, Mrs. Ursula, for your message. And ladies and gentlemen, we actually still have another important speaker who would like to give us a special remark for today's Sunday School Teachers Workshop. So let's welcome up our Regional President of Asia Pacific 1, President Damien Dunkley. Let's welcome.
Hi. Hello. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you to our organizers, our excellent MC team, and our interpreters. I always like to thank our interpreters, I think, working harder than everyone else because they don't have one moment to rest. But also, like we just heard from Mrs. McLachlan, all of the work that you've been doing on this team for the last several months. Gosh, it's truly God's work you're doing. So really thank you from me, my family, and everybody here in Asia Pacific 1. Actually, we already heard such beautiful words from True Father through Mrs. McLachlan. This is really the keynote address. Father's words are, it's okay if we close down now and just spend some time rereading and even sharing, our reflection and testimony centering on True Parents' words. They know very well, but also we're here to thank you and encourage you. So, I can put my seasoning on the side of Father's banquet. I'll just put my seasoning on the side. I'm called to remember the time that I first held my eldest child in my arms, right? Timothy. They're so small, right? He was quite big, but still, they're so small. And I remember the first time that Yumiko and I carried Timothy. It was nighttime, it was December, it was cold. We were living in this house on top of a mountain in Italy at the time. And it was dark, and we didn't have our parents there, we didn't have uncles and aunties there. We were a 3-hour drive to the closest church, which was Rome. And we're the odd ones in the valley, odd ones in the community, because we're like this Reverend Moon's people. So, we don't have a community close to us. And I remember as we stepped into our pitch black house, it was, empty and quiet. There was only the lights of the Christmas tree there at the time. And Yumiko and I looked at each other with this baby, and we both had the same realization, which is, oh my God, what do we do? This is your first child, right? Oh my God, how do we? It's now, for the last 3 days, we've been in the hospital. There's doctors, there's nurses, even the cleaning staff can sometimes encourage you and feel like you have a team. But now it was just us. And so we remember thinking how precious this child is. What a miracle, truly a gift. And you realize that, you think you did a lot of sacrifice and hard work, especially the husbands, right? For 9 months, the husbands are working so hard, worrying about their wives. Are they okay? What will my wife eat today? Is she going to throw up again? My wife couldn't even stand the smell of steam, pure spring water steam from if I was trying to help make some pasta or something. So in our case, my wife was sensitive. So how much difficult it is, right, Mrs. McLachlan, for the husbands. And we never hear how difficult it is for the husband. And then to go into the hospital and to want to take care of your wife, but ultimately you're completely useless. There's really nothing you can do. I was there for every step of the way, but there was really, Julius, nothing I could really do to help other than just be a hand holder for my wife. And yet, even, of course, the wife is doing 20 times more work than the husband, 100 times more. The child comes from the bone marrow, of the mother. This is incredible. So truly it's a miracle, because even though we think the hospital, the midwife, the father, the mother, everything goes into the creation of this baby, but when we crossed the threshold of our home that night with our first child, we also knew that there's no way that, without God, without heaven, without the miracle of life that has nothing to do with what we did, this life wouldn't be possible. And you also think about, therefore, how much help you need. What do we do? How do we take care of it? And so I remember thinking how much help we need. A family needs, a child needs a family, a community to raise heavenly children. And remember, we offer our blessed children to Heavenly Parent on the 8th day ceremony. Just like we heard from Father's words right now, these precious beings are royal family, God's royal family. Remember, we offer them on the 8th day. and making a promise. Even though we think we're the parents, we're really just making the promise to be stewards of these precious children. And truly speaking, blessed children or not, all of us are ultimately God's children. This is the work that true parents are trying to do, to bring all of humanity back to the altar and offer as God's children to Heavenly Parent. So as Sunday school teachers, you play a really important role. Really important role. These are, the royal family of God that we're taking care of. But really the most important school is the family, So this is cooperation between the parents and the wider community and the teachers is so important. I know there's many parents here today, many Sunday school teachers here today, and soon to be maybe Sunday school teachers. Thank you all for showing up, because it's totally a team effort. The parents cannot expect the Sunday school teachers or the youth teachers or the youth pastors to take care of all of the education for their children. No way. Parents, we need to support our teachers, our Sunday school teachers. At the same time, communication back to the parents is really important, because ultimately it's within the home where the ultimate growth is taking place. And I just want to share a couple of words on this. And I think I shared with some of you before about this fascinating study. And I believe it was with the Methodist Church in America. I think it's the Methodist Church. And I've got to find the original paper that I read on this. But it was early, I believe, late 1800s or early 1900s when they really started, introducing Sunday school into the Christian worship experience. Until that time, everybody kind of took care of the kids. It was sometimes not easy because they're running around during the sermon, but the grandmothers, the aunties, the uncles, everyone kept an eye out for every child. And so the child's experience with their faith, with education, was kind of embedded within the DNA of the whole experience. Education wasn't just a 1 hour experience in some room with some teacher that was qualified. It was part of their whole experience. And you can see even in Father's words, he's alluding to this. It's not just in the curriculum, but it's in how we teach it, how we show up, and how everything works together. But what's interesting about this study in America was, as Sunday school progressed in this Christian church, the parents took a back seat for the education of their own children. We're talking about the faith education of their own children. It was outsourced to the professionals, right? The Sunday school teachers. And it created ultimately a gap. And the preacher on Sunday is teaching about maybe, Moses, but the Sunday school teacher is still on Noah's Ark. Most children remember studying Noah's Ark. That's the one that makes a big impact, right? So whatever the curriculum is, in what way does it connect to what the education of the nation or the sub-region is? And also, do the parents know about it, right? So I think it's great if we can, let the parents know, at least in brief, what's the overall kind of outcomes that we're hoping to achieve from our curriculum this term, but also a little text or a little reminder every Sunday. Because if the parent asks the child, oftentimes the child will just pick up on one or two things, but not necessarily remember everything that they learned. So what I'm laying out here is just some practical thoughts that come to mind, but I think you guys can have much better ideas on how, and maybe you've already thought of it, but how the relationship between the teachers and the home can really connect, At the same time, I think it's, this is a little bit of a sensitive matter, but we have to find a loving and natural way to be aware of the fact that the children's experience in the home with their family and in the school with the teachings of the faith don't always match up. Even what we as parents try to teach our children and what the children see the parents doing or how the parents behave doesn't match up. So here we are trying to introduce the heavenly world that we're trying to build with true parents, but we haven't necessarily fulfilled it in every cell of our being ourselves. So what I'm saying is I think it's valuable for the whole community to be aware of that. And for, we should accept that as a natural outcome of the process of change, sometimes we experience incomplete things. you know. But as Sunday school teachers, I hope that we can always find ways to connect the kids to all three parents: heavenly parent, true parents, and their own parents. And in my walk with the unification movement, I've noticed this third piece often is missed. In fact, we often emphasize true parents over heavenly parent and totally forget about our own parents. But I know that in Asia, we've talked about this, right? With President Hodi and myself, and the 3-generation household being the most important school for the children. So let's just always pray and communicate and find ways for not only the curriculum to be shared, but also a kind of an awareness of the fact that this is all a process that we are in. And while we speak of ideals, we allow for the fact that we know we're all on a journey towards there, because sometimes the children may not feel comfortable if they hear something being preached, but they see hypocrisy in the home or even in the church. I think this is a worldwide top to bottom issue in our faith, the ability to be more honest and more embracing, right? So ultimately, our families and our community is the school of love. Our whole, like Father was saying, our whole experience is the school of love. And that means that our parents and teachers and uncles and aunties should be the first place. We should be the first place that our kids turn to when they encounter struggles, right? And so we're all teachers, like Father said, we're all teachers in everything that we do, so we can work as one. And thank you so much for your hard work. Today, I just really want to, if you remember anything, just remember I'm saying thank you for your hard work. And thank you to all of you who are investing your hearts to be a part of these precious creations, these precious royal princes and princesses, amazing creatures, which, by the way, you are too. You too are a blessed and heavenly creature. So God will work through you to teach the next generation. God bless you, and thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, President Dunkley, for sharing your own experience of becoming a parent. It's true. It truly reminds us again, it's not just the responsibility of the Sunday school teacher, but also we need to cooperate in support of the parents in our community. After all, we are a big family under God and true parents. So let's give our President Dunkley another round of applause. And also, we want to thank you for both our special speaker, Mrs. Ursula, and President Dunkley, to share with us today, despite of your busy schedules. So while we still have our special speaker here together with us, let's take a group photo together with them. So everyone, I hope you can all turn on your camera and to give us a bigger smile so we can take this group photo. So 3, 2, 1, cheese. 아버지, 어머님, 사랑합니다. Let's give a big heart. 사랑합니다. Yay.
Tech support, please tell us when you're done taking all of the pictures.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tech, for taking the photos for us.
Yes. So thank you everyone for all of your beautiful smiles. And now we have finally arrived to our first lecture section for today. And I would like to invite our first lecturer from the Philippines, Dr. Julius Malikdem. He joined the movement in 1990 as a CARP and Tong유무do member, and he has received the holy blessing from our true parents in 1992. Currently, he has been appointed as the Regional Vice President of Heavenly Asia Pacific II. So without further ado, may I invite Dr. Julius Malikdem on stage to share his guidance for all our Sunday school teachers here. Let us give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Sister Annabelle and Brother Henry. Pleasant day to all of you. My greetings to President Dunkley, Mrs. Ahara, Reverend Chenghai, all our hardworking team, Sunday school team in Heavenly Asia Pacific, and all my dear brothers and sisters. I would like to share screen now, my presentation. Kindly wait. Okay, so thank you for waiting. I'm so grateful for the wonderful message from Mrs. Ahara and President Dunkley. It gives us a proper motivation as we start our day one of this very special workshop training for our Sunday school teachers. Once again, my greetings and welcome to all our participants, all our Sunday school teachers and the would-be Sunday school teachers and our parents who are joining us. Thank you so much for joining us in this online seminar. I would like to share with you this time a presentation entitled The Way of a Sunday School Teacher, Tips to Become a Successful Sunday School Teacher. Are you ready? So if you're ready, please comment here in the Zoom chat. Ready? Can I see that? Just to check whether you are with me this time. Wow, thank you. Okay, wow, great, amazing. Thank you very much. I know that you are ready, so let us begin. So this presentation will have the following contents. I will be giving an introduction, especially on Sunday school. Then we will look at the big picture on our True Parents philosophy of education. Then I will be sharing with you the role of Sunday school teachers and share also with you some helpful tips for Sunday school teachers and finish it up with some points about the importance of the teacher's devotional life. So let me start with this. When you were told to attend this workshop, or when your leader told you to be a Sunday school teacher, maybe some of you might be thinking, why me? I don't have any experience in teaching. The children may not like me. I am too busy with many other missions, or maybe just simply saying, I am not qualified, and many other reasons not to do. But instead of saying, why me? Maybe it's time to say, why not? Why not? No one can be a master or great at something without training and practice. Even for those who are thinking that you are not qualified or don't have the ability, this is what our beloved True Father said. You cannot acquire ability in a moment. You can only become good at something by actually being actively involved and getting down to the nitty-gritty of the problem. You will acquire ownership only after having understood and putting that understanding into practice. Aju? So let's talk about Sunday schools. President Dunkley mentioned about this. Sunday school was first set up in the Methodist Church in the 1870s in England to provide education to working children. So the first Christian Sunday school was started by the founder of Methodist Church, John Wesley. And John Wesley was a pastor, and he saw the need for Christian instruction among children. So as mentioned by President Dunkley, they were having their service while the children are just there doing many other things, going around, running around, playing. And so John Wesley actually started to organize what we now call Sunday school. There's an interesting story about John Wesley. During his ministry as a Sunday school teacher, one of his pupils came to the class without shoes. And almost everyone in the class made fun of that child. But the next day, John Wesley prepared a sermon about being barefoot to teach the class. And from there were no more teasing in the class. So right understanding and right believing would produce right living. So through the Sunday school, we are actually, preparing the children for joining the bigger church ceremonies. Like, we have Sunday service, we have holiday ceremonies. So we are actually like preparing them to be ready for the bigger church ceremonies. Do you know that True Father was also a Sunday school teacher? I'm sure many of you have heard about that. And these are words from our beloved True Father. True Father said, I was a Sunday school teacher who thought of children to be the most precious things. I really loved the children more than anyone else. The children were also crazy about me. They would not even go to school, but follow me instead. Wow. Now, True Father said children are the most precious things. It is the same, just like Jesus Christ, when he saw the children coming to him, and then some of the apostles started to push them away, right? And then when Jesus saw them, what did he say? He said, let the children come to me. Do not stop them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to those who are like these children. That is in the Bible. So this also emphasizes the importance of our children ministry. So let us move forward. Let me go back with these questions. What made me or what made you decide to be a Sunday school teacher? Do you have what it takes to be a Sunday school teacher? Well, I would like to share with you how I started to be a Sunday school teacher. Actually, I never thought of becoming a Sunday school teacher. I studied engineering, electronics, and communications. And of course, I was thinking of having a job more on the technical field, or maybe exposed more into, the communication side, engineering. But, no one actually asked me to become a Sunday school teacher. It just happened. It all started in 1998. That time, I and my wife, Ate Aya, just started our family. I was working outside that time as a telecommunications engineer, while Ate Aya was helping in our Philippine headquarters, especially for WFWP, for Women's Fed. And then later, she was involved in the Sunday school in our Philippine headquarters. That time, there were not many second generation kids yet. So to make the long story short, one time I was asked to help in one second gen program, Blessed Children program. I think it was the anniversary of the Sunday school. And yeah, I became the MC. I led the parlor games for the children. And later on, I found myself helping in some other activities. And finally, I ended up being a Sunday school teacher, particularly when the elder class was organized. When we separated the toddlers with the bigger ones. That time, when we say elder class, they were actually like only 7 or 8 years old. So that time, I think Yeson was the eldest during that time. So they were like 7 or 8 years old. So Ate Ayan and I have some bonding moments together that we enjoy. For example, drinking coffee together. But I would say one of our bonding moments was that when we were doing works for second gen education together. Since that time, together with my wife, our life was dedicated for the education of second gens in the Philippines. As Sunday school teachers, I remember those times when me and Ate Aya were so busy preparing, our materials and props. And then we oftentimes discuss together what are the activities that we will do next Sunday. And then we go out together, buy the snacks for the children, and also go to bookstores, find some, children's books. I would say that our life was filled with so many precious memories for all those years we have offered for second-gen education. And aside from Sunday school, we also prepare programs for summer camps, workshops, both for the children and also for the blessed parents and many others. Actually, now, this time, one of my happiness is to see those cute little children then, and I see them now being responsible themselves for second generation education. That is really brings a lot of happiness to me. So let us understand more deeply on the significance of Sunday school and generally the education of the blessed children. So let us look at the big picture. So first and foremost, whether you are a Sunday school teacher, a blessed parent, or anyone, we are called upon to provide true education. True Father said, God is a true parent, a true teacher, and a true king. However, he cannot play these roles directly on the earth. Hence, we are called upon to provide true education in the place of God and true parents. We must love in the position of the parents. We must love in the position of the parents. So blessed parents and all teachers, all second-gen educators, need to have a mindset that, all these children are Heavenly Parents' children. All these children are true parents' children. That means, also as mentioned by President Dunkley, we have a joint responsibility, a shared responsibility for their proper upbringing, especially in guiding them in their life of faith. I always actually emphasize this when I was the second-gen department director in the Philippines before, that, when we see any second generation, whatever is their concern, whatever is their issues, it should be every parent's and every leader's concern and issue. So all the schools that our true parents have founded are based on these three mottos. Okay, number one, very beautiful. Live a life that casts no shadows, as if you were under the sun at high noon. This means we have to live our lives in total, alignment of God and true parents. That means, very simply, no concept of myself in front of Heavenly Parent, in front of true parents. It's like, the practicing total self-denial. Second one, live shedding sweat for earth, tears for humanity, and blood for heaven. This is actually the beautiful tradition given to us by our true parents. The tradition of hard work, the tradition of love, and the tradition of sacrifice. And then the third motto is one family under God. We all came from one origin. We all came from our Heavenly Parent. So therefore, we are all brothers and sisters. Very beautiful mottos, right? But I would like to share with you the core education motto from True Parents. And this is this one. When True Parents established the Little Angels Performing Arts School in 1974, True Father wrote this motto and gave this motto: love God, love humanity, and love the nation. And since then, all our schools, like Sun Moon University, adopted this as the school education motto. This picture here that you can see is actually the picture I took one time when we went to the Little Angels Performing Arts School near the parking lot. And then you can see this calligraphy stone, which bears this calligraphy from True Father, which says, love God, love humanity, love nation. So the spirit of loving God, loving people, loving the nation, which True Parents gave to us, is the inspiration of what second generation true love education should be. So this became now our True Parents education motto. You could see this everywhere, especially our educational schools, educational institutions. And this will also be our primary motto for our Blessed Children Sunday School, right? So let's study more. Achon, love God or love heaven. This is to understand the heart of God always. You know, True Father said, and I would like to read, when you study at school, you do not study for your own sake, but in order to grasp God's world of heart by deeply realizing the beauty of His creation. And then Father continued saying, by knowing God, we can both elevate and deepen our love. Even if your teacher treats you roughly, you must understand that he seeks to enable you to absorb the love of heaven and of nature and to establish you as a central figure and master of love. Very beautiful words from True Father. So the motive of creation is from God. So we know that it is because of the love that God created the whole universe. That was the motivation of God. So our, like 100 years of lifetime or so should be set for loving God and going back to God, our Heavenly Parent. Since God is invisible and we could not see Him through our physical true parents, through our true parents and our own parents, we can see God and we can relate to Him much closer, right? And so, that is why God's love can be manifested based on the 4 great realms of heart. You know that, the 4 great realms of heart. Then we can experience the family and we can experience the totality of God's love. Second one, A-in, love humanity or loving people. So in order to feel love God, we completely need to love people. This is what True Father said. All people live with a desire for goodness. Therefore, education should teach before you love God, you must love human beings. Live for all humankind, love people, and live for their sake. You were born for the sake of others, not for yourself. Aju? So, love people is the children's heart, brother and sister's heart, couple's heart, connected and expanded to the love for all humanity. So this is the love that desires to give everything, for the sake of others. There is no boundary, whether I know this person or not, whether he is in my living in my nation or not, regardless of race, nationality. This is the love that is the extension of the love in the family. So we need to raise our children who consider people from around the world as their brothers and sisters, as part of their family. So love humanity. And the last one, Aguk, loving one's nation. To love our own hometown and homeland and the original homeland that God created and God's homeland. The nation is actually extension of the family, right? So family becomes a community, becomes a tribe, and it becomes a nation. So the nation is an extension of the family. So that is why, we call our country homeland. So in other words, love of nation is the love for one's birthplace or origin. And what is our original hometown? It is God's nation, Chonelgu. So True Father emphasized about this point. And I would like to read. Father said, as parents, when you educate your own children, you should not teach them to love you only. You must tell them, I am a loyal citizen and patriot who deeply loves his nation. I wish to be a parent to patriots and loyal citizens. Very beautiful. How much True Father emphasized the importance of loving the nation. So True Father said the primary purpose of education is to nurture a sincere love for God and then love for all mankind. So the second purpose of education is to recreate all mankind into people who know how to love, who live for the sake of their neighbors. So this is like the summary of this motto of loving God, loving people, and loving nation. So loving God means like loving heaven limitlessly, loving God limitlessly, no limit. This is the will to live, to become successful for the greater glory of God. Aju? And then loving people means loving people because they are my family. They are part of my family. They are part of Heavenly Parents' family. So I love them. And then loving nation is to love our homeland, willingness to sacrifice. This love is connected to loving the heavenly unified world, our God's ideal of heavenly nation, right? So we need to also understand this very important point. Okay, so let us look at our Sunday school vision. Very beautiful when I look at this. So I will just read. Sunday school vision is live with a clear conscience as children of heavenly parent and true parents. Aju. Live for the sake of others, centering on heavenly parent and true parents. Aju. Live to embrace all human beings as one family under God. You know, actually, when I look at this vision is so important because this gives us a clear direction where we want to go, where we wanted our Sunday school to go, what we envision our blessed children to be, what they will be in the future. So that is our vision. Now, I would like to share with you mission. I'm sure some of you have this copy already. It's in your manual. So Sunday school mission. You know, we have to understand our Sunday school mission. Why? Because it is the way in order to realize our vision. And this is like as a statement of what we aim to do, of what we aim to accomplish. So I would like to read. We aim to live a life that casts no shadows, practicing heavenly tradition of attendance, keeping purity of mind and body, and life of reporting to heavenly parent and true parents. Next one, we aim to inherit the exemplary life of true parents by contributing our time, money, and talents for heavenly providence. The next one, we aim to love and care for all human beings as brothers and sisters beyond race, culture, and nationality. Very beautiful Sunday school mission, right? Now, I would like to share with you the objectives. Or before that, I would like to ask you this question. Why do we need to set up Sunday school in our churches and centers? You know, the education of our blessed children, especially during their formative years, is very important in order to realize substantial tonal good. That is why, to all our leaders who are joining us now and parents who are here, no matter how busy we are, we cannot neglect the education of our second generation, particularly setting up Sunday schools and create that beautiful community of faith among our second gens as they are growing up. You know, I remember when we were pioneering the establishment of Sunday schools in the Philippines, my wife and I went around the regions in the Philippines, and then we call on the parents and anybody who want to volunteer, full-time or not, students, everybody's welcome, and then we conduct a Sunday school teachers training just to help them set up their own Sunday schools. So that's how serious this mission is. So when we were taking care of Sunday school in Philippine headquarters, I remember there's one very young second gen telling his mother, they just finished Sunday school, and then immediately this young second gen said to his mother, when do we go back to headquarters? I wanted to see again my friends. I really miss my friends. You know, that's how our second gens, you know, value this belongingness, this community with other second generations. So, you know, for our Sunday school, these are the beautiful objectives. So let's look at it. Number one, to provide regular education through the Holy Scriptures to help our children understand, love, and follow heavenly parents and true parents. Secondly, to provide the education of Xinjiang culture, wow, and attitude. Third one, to learn the heavenly tradition to become the citizens of Chondelgu. So we have to train them while they are young, train them to live for others, practicing daily faith routine, like including prayer, hundukhe, attendance or attending Sunday school, or giving even tithes, or bowing to elders or leaders. These are all, they learn this kind of traditions in our Sunday school. So that's how important setting up Sunday schools are. Also, objectives number 4, to help blessed children understand and protect their value and identity as children of God's lineage. I remember giving a lecture entitled VIP, which stands for Value, Identity, and Purpose. VIP. We have to guide them, guide our second generation with their VIP. Next one, to help all children grow, know, and feel their identity as sons and daughters of God. And the last one, to create an environment where children can regularly meet with their church friends. They call them church friends, and develop deeper relationships and a sense of belonging to our unification community. Aju? So, if we are to raise up our second gens, the period before they reach 13 years old is very crucial and very important. That period, this is the strongest period of curiosity and absorption of knowledge. From the age of 3, a child's desire to learn greatly increases, and then this desire continues until the age of 13. So within this period, we need to catch them. We need to properly guide them. Because this is the period wherein the children love to ask their parents so many questions, even questions about their faith, about true parents, about, the principle. They would ask all these things. And the speed or amount of new knowledge and information they can absorb is so incredible during this period. They have like a sponge-like power absorbing everything. So that's why we should not miss this time from 3 to 13 years old. So that's why setting up our Sunday school is very, very important in order to catch this very important time. Aju? So why is setting up Sunday school so vital in our Heavenly Parents Holy Community? Because as I have said, because we have to guide our blessed children very well in their faith values during this important period for them to form good character and habits and heavenly culture. So the frame of a person's character and nature is almost developed by the age of 13. It is the best period to have education on the right character and to repeatedly teach your children what good and evil is and the standard of good and evil, making it into a habit for the children. Until it becomes a habit, we have to guide them properly during this time period. Aju? So going along with raising our blessed children well is the establishment of a stable and strong Sunday school. And this is our very beautiful mission as Sunday school teachers. And this should be, supported very well by our, national leaders and the local church leaders. As I have said before, this is our shared responsibility. This is to ensure that the heavenly tradition we have inherited, especially as first generation, from our beloved true parents will be passed down to our future generations. As True Father said, teachers, you should protect your school as you would your own home with a sense of ownership. You should teach your students as you would your own children with the heart of a father or mother. Aju? Very serious words from our true parents. So now, are you still okay? Okay, so now I would like to share briefly the role of a Sunday school teacher. As a Sunday school teacher, what is the role that you will play or that you are playing? Number one, You are conveyor of God's and true parents' words. We convey God's and true parents' children to grow spiritually. You know, just like a farmer, Sunday school teachers are like planting seeds of love for the spiritual growth of the children. However, when farmers plant seeds, they don't leave the seeds to grow by themselves, right? You have to constantly water them, nurture them, take care of the seeds that you plant. So it's the same in Sunday school. We have to continue to nurture them, our children, with true parents' words as they grow in their life of faith. Just like planting trees, they take time to grow into maturity. Our children take time to grow into maturity. And teaching is not a short-term deal. Results can only be seen over the years. Number 2, representative of true parents. We are, as Sunday school teachers, you are representative of true parents in loving their children. So true father said, true teachers are those who teach love above academic knowledge. What is this? It's very difficult for our second gens or our young kids to feel directly true parents' love. So that is why, as Sunday school teachers, you are in the best position to be able to represent true parents and share that love to our children. Aju? So very beautiful, right? That's why when maybe some of you did not start family yet, you don't have children, but as Sunday school teachers, your parental heart will be developed so well, especially guiding and taking care of the blessed children. Number 3, as Sunday school teacher, you are role models. A Sunday school teacher needs to teach by example. It is the same with parents. This is also emphasized by President Dunkley. He said actually the best way to teach about faith is by us showing them in our daily lives. Walking the talk, right, is always the best strategy in teaching. Aju? So instead of just pointing where the right way is, we don't just point at the right way. We ourselves need to go that right way. Aju? As true father said, in order to teach your children, you as parents must put into practice whatever you teach them. Father said, parents must set the example of loyalty to God's will. You should naturally win their respect. Otherwise, Father said, otherwise they will never obey you. Therefore, you should really practice what you teach. Wow, very amazing, right? Okay, next one, number 4. As Sunday school teacher, you are mediators between the children and their parents. This was again mentioned by President Dunkley. Sometimes we like compete with the parents, but this is one of the main roles of Sunday school teacher. Sunday school teachers should also stand as mediators between the children and their parents. We need to guide the children to be close, to love and respect their parents. I remember when I was a Sunday school teacher before, there were several times, when some blessed children would come to me and just freely share some of their struggles and frustrations about their parents, or maybe about their homes or their siblings at home. Some things that sometimes they could not tell directly to their parents. They would confide with you. When the time comes, when they come to you and tell these things to you, your responsibility is to listen and then comfort them. And then what? You need to connect them closer to the heart of their parents. Not to distance them from their parents. You need to connect them closer to the heart of their parents and connect vertically their feelings, their emotions to our Heavenly Parent. So this is actually one of the very important roles of Sunday school teacher. Next one, number 5. Sunday school teacher, you are channel of God's and true parents' love for the children. So they should feel God's love and true parents' love through you. You know, sometimes they may forget the content of the lesson we teach them, but mind you, they will remember the love and care that you gave to them. You know, God is invisible, and for the children to feel love from God, they need representatives, right? They need people to give that love to them. And as I mentioned, as Sunday school teachers, you are in the very wonderful position to fulfill that role, to become our Heavenly Parents' instrument to let the children feel His love. Okay, number 6. Just like parents, you as Sunday school teachers should stand as best friend of the children. Wow, best friend of the children. True Father said that parents should become like best friends for their children, to their children. So Sunday school teachers are like, second parents, should also become best friends to the children. Aju? Number 7, Sunday school teachers' role, you are like mentors, okay? Not tormentors, okay? You are like mentors or coach or a counselor of the children. As you become closer to them, they also look at you as someone who is ready to listen. Someone who listen to their stories, whatever story they are sharing. They can share many, many things, funny stories, jokes, or anything. There's their experience in the school, probably their dreams. You need to have the time to listen to all of this. And then, very important also, you need to become what? A positive disciplinarian as you are guiding the children. Number 8, role of Sunday school teacher, you are like a school manager. Why? Because you have to learn how to manage time, okay? Managing the schedule, managing the resources, taking care of Sunday school classroom and materials. The more you are engaged in Sunday school, I tell you, the more you will feel ownership of the Sunday school classroom, just like your own home. I remember when my wife and I were taking care of Sunday school in our house, we have collected so many children's books, and even some of our props that we used like 5 years ago, we are still keeping it, because as we are doing this mission, it's like piling up every year, all these resources. So it's very amazing, very wonderful. Okay, I hope you're still with me. Now let's go to some helpful tips to become a successful Sunday school teacher. Are you ready? Okay, how to become successful. Number 1, if you don't know it, they won't learn it. Okay? If you don't know it, they won't learn it. I learned this when I was teaching the children about the Bible stories, or probably about True Parents' life. I myself have to read the stories several times and try to understand the details of the stories. For example, when Jacob met Esau, what happened during that time? Also, when True Father was, catching the weasel the whole night, that story, right? What happened in that story? How did that story end? The children will love it when you know very well the details of the story. Like, when you are sharing the story, you are like bringing them together with you in those interesting stories. So it also gives you a lot of confidence to share to the kids about the exciting stories. So this principle applies to the lessons as well. The lesson that you expect them to learn, you should better know it ahead. Aju? Okay. Next one. To become a successful Sunday school teacher. Number 2, get your mind thinking early. What does this mean? Get your mind thinking early. So this is another helpful tip that I learned as I handle Sunday school class, to start early preparing, to prepare early, right? Very important is to prepare early. Not only preparing for the lesson next week, but even several weeks ahead. Thinking is Chongsong, right? You heard about that before. Thinking is preparation, and preparation is Chongsong. As you think about the next lesson, you also start praying about it. Like, oh, how will I teach this? How can I encourage the children to listen to this story? So you start praying about it. And it will give you more time to reflect on the lesson and prepare your heart and mind as well. One of the challenges I had when I was in charge of Sunday school in the Philippine headquarters before was that I always find myself lacking the time to prepare. Okay, because of so many other missions and responsibilities, sometimes I had to prepare the props and the learning materials for the lesson, like 1 hour before the class starts. It's very stressful, mind you, but please do not do this. If possible, do not do that, right? Please do your preparations much ahead. If you have the luxury of time, better start making your lessons, preparing the materials way ahead. As I have mentioned, even weeks ahead, this schedule. Okay, let's move on. Number 3, helpful tips to become successful Sunday school teacher. Teach from the Bible and through parents' books. This is actually, using stories from the Bible and from True Parents' book to teach lessons. And just a suggestion, of course, you can read the Bible to check the details of the story. However, it's good also to look at children's Bible stories because they simplify the stories to the level of the children. Okay? Because if you use directly the Bible, sometimes, the way it is written, it's very difficult for the children to comprehend. So if you use children's Bible stories, it is more simplified, right? But it's also good to read the Bible verses so that you get the details, okay? And then, so you use these stories from the Bible and from True Parents' books to teach lessons. For example, when you teach about filial piety, there are so many stories in the Bible. You can use, for example, the story of Abraham and Isaac. That time when Abraham was to offer his son Isaac, how much Isaac united with the heart of his father. Or when you teach about endurance or patience or not giving up, then you could share the story of true father catching eels or preparing, to wrestle and fight with a bully in the school. So the good thing is that we already have some readily available Sunday school lessons. And especially now you have this manual, you have the curriculum, then you just have to follow and invest your heart reading through the lessons, and you can add more contents based on that lesson. I remember when we started in the Philippines, we don't have enough materials. Then we started gathering the curriculum from Japan, and we requested many Japanese sisters, please help us translate into English. And after they translated, we have to edit it out, put some photos, and make it into look like a curriculum. It was hard work, but now, wow, you have already this manual. So it would be very much support for all our Sunday school teachers. And then, when you use true father or true mother's stories, which are, for example, in the autobiography, it will be good to show the book to your students. For example, if you're sharing about Mother of Peace, then you can show the book, turn on the page. In this page, we can read this story. Then you can start reading from the story. So this is actually very important. Let's move to number 4. Get them moving. So what does this mean? Incorporate movement in the activities as much as possible, whether it is offline or online class. You know, kids will move during class. No matter how much you control them, okay, sit down, please. After few seconds, everybody starts moving, right? So the children will move during the class. So it is much better to control that movement than to let it happen on their own without any direction, right? So what do you need to do? Incorporate movement in your lessons. Examples, movement of clapping hands, right? Or showing hands or raising hands. Or maybe like if it is an online class, writing something in their own paper and then show it in the camera, right? Something like this. Or maybe signaling thumbs up. If you approve, then thumbs up. If not, thumbs down, like this. So you incorporate movement in the lesson. So when you do this, then the more there is interaction, right? Because as much as possible, you don't want them to be noisy and make, disturbance, right? But actions, it's okay. That means they are following you. So that is an assurance that they are following your story, right? So get them moving. Aju? Okay, let's go to number 5. Number 5, helpful tips. Have them act it out. Have them act it out. Another great way to get younger students to remember the lesson is to have them act it out. Involve them in the story. This doesn't have to be some great production with scripts and costumes. It helps to have 1 or 2 simple props. Like I remember, I think it is in that time I joined in the nursery class. And then the topic was about Moses meeting the Pharaoh. And then we prepared a headgear, just like a Pharaoh. And then let some of the children try it, wear it. And then also a stick. And then we pretend, oh, this is Moses' staff. Okay? And then let the children come forward and then let them try as you are sharing this story. And then, kids, the children have terrific imagination. Just feed them with the lines and then they will just act it out. Randomly. They will act it out happily. This will always, bring laughters in the class. And sometimes, me, they want also to volunteer to also go in front and then use the props and then act based on the story. Again, incorporating movement is very important. It makes the lesson more real and it helps reinforce it in their minds. You don't always have to do in the whole lesson, acting everything. No, just one scene, one particular scene. You can call them and then very quickly, and then they start and then they sit down. Okay? So let them become part of the story. Next one, number 6. Use a template or outline. Use a template or an outline. It will be very helpful to use a template or an outline for preparing lessons each week. As I check out some of the samples of the Sunday school lessons in the curriculum, I noticed variations of the games, songs, especially like, incorporate action songs, arts and craft. So using template make it easier for you to insert applicable activities for each lesson. So that means you can see the overall perspective of what will happen. So it's easier for you to adjust later on. Okay? And then you can also, if you have the outline or the template, you can also, recycle some of the props or materials that you used previously. Okay? So it will give you easier way to alter or adjust the activities depending on the situation. So I suggest you need to also include in your template a short review of the previous lesson. For example, before starting the class, for example, it's Sunday. So before you start the class or the story for that class, you can ask questions related to what you shared last Sunday, which are very simple, answerable by yes or no. Okay? So that motivates them to listen for the next lesson. Okay, so using template and also outline. Let's go to number 7. Number 7, have a clear objective. When preparing for the lesson and activities, always keep in mind the objective and practical application of the lesson, or we call it moral lesson, that you want to leave behind. Why? You can ask yourself, why am I teaching this lesson? So make sure the lesson teaches the main objective or the goal, the activity, and also the activities. For example, if you have games or songs, if possible, this should reinforce and support the lesson. Okay? So also the question and answer will help to review it and assess whether the response of the children, whether they like the story or not. You can ask very simple questions like, do you like the story? Yes, very, very simple. No? You don't need to ask questions like why or how. Sometimes it's very difficult for young kids. So the lesson should have a focus or main theme, and do not try to include many things not related to the issue or to the lesson. That is why when the kids are doing some, for example, coloring activity, sometimes after the story, we have some art activity, right? And when they're coloring, then do not just be quiet. You can start asking some questions related to the story while they are coloring. Okay? And it's also one way to check whether they understood the story, right? And this gives them also a chance to ask some questions that maybe they want to ask. While doing art activity, they can converse casually and naturally to you. Okay? So have a clear objective. Number 8, we have to set expectations. How do you do that in a class? It is important to always set expectation. Let the students know upfront. That means at the beginning of the class, already you have to give the proper motivation. Okay? Of what they will learn and what they can gain about the lesson. So make the students excited and give proper motivation for the kids to listen and understand the lesson very well. So, for example, you can mention to them that, okay, so I will be sharing to you later this story, and after that story, I will be asking some questions. I will find out whether you listen very well or not. So if you tell them this up front, then that will give them motivation. Oh, I need to listen. I need to understand the story. Aju? So set the expectations from the beginning. Another helpful tip, number 9, is keep in touch with your students. Find out your students' birthdays. If you have a Sunday school classroom in your centers, very good. You can post there the birthdays of your students or your pupils. You may start the class with greetings or singing happy birthday song to your students celebrating their birthday that week or that month. You may also mention, some students, maybe they could not join the class because some of them got sick or some other reasons. Then you can also announce. This creates a family, a community of our blessed children. Or if they have email access, or of course some social media accounts, then you can start connecting with them, sending them some reminders or homeworks or any encouraging verse or birthday wishes or greetings. So connect, keep in touch with your students, and also, this was mentioned with President Dunkley, and your students' parents. Okay? Number 10, helpful tips. Very, very important. Depend on God. Remember that Heavenly Parents and true parents will support you as you do this noble mission. Heavenly Parents will provide all the resources, the time, the talent, since you already offered yourself for this noble mission to help raise up His own beloved children. So that's why, don't worry. And do not attempt to do this responsibility by your own power alone. Remember that God, our Heavenly Parent, is using you So you can offer, every time you do classes, you can offer a very simple prayer like this. Dear loving Heavenly Parents, please use my body, use my spirit. Please use me as your mouthpiece. Aju. So this kind of very simple prayer empowers you that you are doing this for God, right? And the power and everything, the wisdom comes from Heavenly Parents and true parents. Aju? Okay. Are you still okay? Okay, so now I would like to share devotional life, the importance of the devotional life of a Sunday school teacher. This is the last guidance, okay? So we are almost concluding. You have to understand that as Sunday school teachers, the real power in teaching is not in the methods, although methods of teaching are very important. It does not come also from, high-tech facilities or materials that you use, although of course these are also important. But the real power in teaching in Sunday school is in the teacher's own spiritual life. As the Bible says, not by might nor by power, but by my spirit. So this also applies to your mission as Sunday school teachers or blessed children educators. So let us understand the importance of the devotional life of a Sunday school teacher. First, number one, always the sacredness of the teacher's work. You always have to confirm and remember the sacredness of your mission as Sunday school teacher, and that you are doing this on behalf of God and through parents. The parents come first, but the teacher's part is also of great importance in bringing the children closer to our true parents. So the Sunday school is like the church caring for the children. So the Sunday school brings the children closer to the heavenly tradition. Heavenly words come to the hearts of the children through the Sunday school lessons and activities. So always remember the sacredness of your work as Sunday school teacher. Number two, unity with heavenly parents and true parents' dream. In everything that you do, as you fulfill your mission as Sunday school teachers, always unite with the heart of heavenly parents and true parents. Do not think in humanistic way. Surely, I tell you, surely there will be times when you will struggle as a Sunday school teacher, when your patience will be tested by the children. Your fallen nature will come out. I remember there's one Sunday school teacher, and that time it was snack time, and this teacher was serving juice in a tray and the glasses filled with juice. And while this teacher was bringing this tray filled with all the juice, one very naughty boy kicked the tray, and all the juice fell all over the place, especially falling over the face and the dress of the teacher. So I will ask you, what would you do if you encounter this kind of situation? And I remember that the reaction of the teacher, like for a few seconds, she was like shocked and could not react for a moment. And then after that, she smiled. And then, anyway, all the other parents started to clean happily. So be ready with this kind of situations. You would always offer your hard work, your sacrifices, everything that you're doing, you should always offer to heavenly parents and true parents. Okay. Number 3. Okay. Sorry, it's not moving. Number 3, the teacher's preparation. I mentioned about preparation, but here I'm not only talking about external preparation. Very important is internal preparation. Prayer and cheongsong are always very important to be successful. You know, sometimes, no matter how much you prepared externally, but if your heart and your spirit are not ready, difficulties and problems will arise, will happen. So that's why it's very important, internal preparation. Number 4, the spiritual element in teaching. Do not ignore the importance of the spiritual element in teaching. You know, as Sunday school teacher, you might try to impress the children, you know, through your speaking skills or your storytelling techniques. Wow. Or you may impress them through your skills in doing art projects. You might also try to impress them with some amazing materials or games and activities, or even some high-tech facilities. Yes, these are needed to have exciting Sunday school lessons. But most important, you should not, you should not neglect the spiritual element involved in teaching. Remember that you are spiritual teachers. Aim to become teachers of heart. That is why, your sincerity when teaching is most important. The children can detect fake emotions. Fake emotions. Please remember that you are not some kind of an actor or actress or like comedians in front of the children. You remember that you are heaven's emissaries. You are heaven's instruments. So always pay attention to the spiritual aspect of teaching. Remember, you're not only teaching lessons or stories. We are teaching faith and life. Aju? Okay, number 5, the teacher's life as a factor. What does this mean? Living must always go before teaching. Personal character that which gives value and weight to what we are saying. So sometimes our students, the children, are observing us without us knowing it. So that means our actions have more impact than our words. And our actions can influence more the lives of the children that we are teaching. So even as we speak eloquently, but our words will have little influence to them as compared to what they see from us. So very important is your actions and your daily life. This will leave more lasting imprints in the lives of our children. Okay, let me go to number 6. The teacher representing true parents. As I have mentioned before, you should believe that you are a teacher representing our true parents. So this is where the unseen power will come. I tell you, there will be times when you feel that you wanted to quit as a Sunday school teacher. Just give up, Either you feel that you are not worthy, or maybe you don't feel supported enough by your leaders or by the parents. There will be a time when you feel like you are the only one doing it. Okay? You might start as a group, and then later on, everybody's running away, and then you're the only one remaining there. And then your fallen nature will tell you, why do I have to do this when I don't get any recognition and support? Brothers and sisters, in times like this, remember whom you represent. And then when you remember all the sacrifices of our true parents, how much they were abandoned before, and then you get power. Oh, this is nothing. I can do this. And then you can continue. Aju? Okay, let's go to number 7. The teacher's spiritual culture. Very important is the spiritual culture. This is the process by which our nature is softened and mellowed into gentleness and love, into our original nature, as we call it. So our talents and abilities are developed into their best possibilities of usefulness and our whole life is transformed into the beauty of doing the works of true parents. So it is very important that those who teach others should themselves have reached a spiritual culture. Remember, only life can give life. We cannot impart what we do not possess. So eventually, as Sunday school teachers, your personality will have a connection with the personal and spiritual growth of the children. Aju? Lastly, number 8. Remember the value, the importance of hundok in a teacher's mission. Hundok is life and love. And hundok represents God's love, right? So aside from studying the Bible and true parents' words, which are related to the lessons that you are teaching, you should continue to love hundok in your daily life. True parents' words are like, overflowing spring of resources and materials that you can always impart to the children. So arm yourself with more of the power of God's words. Aju? So these are all very important 8 points in the devotional life of a Sunday school teacher. So let all our Sunday school teachers be guided by these words from our beloved true mother, taken from the Mother of Peace. Mother said, if we were to capture the distinctive feature of the unification movement in one phrase, it would be the culture of filial heart. Filial heart, for which I coined the Korean word hyojong, signifies sincere devotion and love toward our heavenly parent. So this means that in whatever we do as Sunday school teachers, in all our lessons, we always have to reflect on raising hyojong of the children. We are teaching how our children can develop their filial hearts towards heavenly parents and true parents and towards their own parents. Aju? So let me close with this 2 more words from our true parents. From the Mother of Peace. Mother said, the purpose of all these schools is to ensure that increasing numbers of talented young people who know God's heart have access to education to support their commitment to creating a peaceful world. Parents, Mother said, parents should be passionate and work hard so that our blessed children can grow up pure and beautiful under God's will. Our hope is to raise our children not just as sons and daughters of our own families, but as the proud sons and daughters of God. Aju. And finally, from True Father, educate your blessed children with the principle. Don't just enjoy your time together privately, but share your happiness with God. So with this, brothers and sisters, I'm so grateful that you stayed with me in this presentation. I wish you success in your mission as Sunday school teachers. Let's do this for our heavenly parents and true parents of Manse. Let us be victorious in blessed children education here in heavenly Asia Pacific. Aju. Kamsahamnida.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Julius, for your insightful lecture and all the tips you have given us. And also thank you for your dedication towards second-gen education. It allows us to have a deeper understanding of our vision, mission, and objective as a Sunday school teacher. Participants, please also send your comments and support in the chat box to Dr. Julius, and let's give him another round of applause. Now, actually, we will have because we have already many programs earlier, we have a 5 minutes break before we're moving on to the next section. So feel free to grab a coffee, go to the bathroom, and so we will see you at 5 minutes later. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, participants. I hope you all enjoyed your break by getting some drinks and getting some rest. And I hope, and now I would like to pass on the floor to our beloved sister Jia Yue, who will be leading us actually an icebreaker session. She was actually blessed they're actually a Malaysia-Singapore blessed couple, and then she was blessed in 2018. So let us welcome Sister Jia Yue to the stage.
Thank you. Yes, so good afternoon, my dear brothers and sisters. All right, just let me share my screen.
All right.
Okay, so my spouse is here with me.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you for the introduction, everyone. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Kevin, and this is Jia Yue.
Yes, and we will be your game host for today. So everybody, you have just had a very fruitful session from our amazing, special remarks and also speakers. And we are so grateful to be able to receive all this content. So now it's time for a short break, I guess, so we can enjoy some games together.
Yes. So today we're going to have ice-breaking game session. So this is something maybe you can use for your Sunday school content. But we will go into the first game, that is the this or that.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a very simple, as you only need Zoom to participate in this session. So our first ice-breaking game, that is this or that. We are very thankful for Brother Roger and Sister Christy for suggesting this game. Okay. We would like to see our Asia Pacific brothers and sisters, which is their preference and liking based on the statement we're going to show. So these are the game mechanics, okay, of the game. First, please switch to speaker view. Okay, everyone, please do speaker view.
Do that now.
Okay, do that now. And next, simply reply with a thumbs up or a party. Okay, so we got two emojis that we're going to use for this game session. So this will be based on the statement that you agree. Each statement will give you around 30 seconds for everyone to respond. So we have around nine statements for everyone to see. So those who are using laptop, we can see there's a reaction. So brother, sister, can you see this reaction over here?
Over on the top right-hand corner. So you can see the number. So brothers and sisters, you can try it out. You can play with the reaction, thumbs up or party.
Yeah, thumbs up or party. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can see the count rising. Whoa. Okay. So for the thumbs up will be on the left side. Okay, that is the blue one.
Yeah.
And the right side will be the party.
So for example, if you would like to choose a statement in this blue blob on the left, you will give a thumbs up. If you want to choose the statement on the right, the pink blob, you will give a party emoji, all right, based on the statement that we'll be showing later.
Yes. So you can see here, we have a timer on top of here, but this one is not. Yeah, sorry. Okay. So we will have going to the first statement. Okay, what the first statement will be: pineapple on pizza or no pineapple on pizza. Okay. So please those who like the pineapple on pizza, please give a thumbs up. Those who don't like pineapple on the pizza, give a party.
This is a common debate topic. Yes. Many people argue, right? So yes. We want to see from the AP region.
Yes.
Where our brothers and sisters belong.
Yes. So wow, we can see that a lot of you prefer a pineapple on the pizza.
Yeah, same as us, right?
Yes.
Is this the Asia Pacific taste bud, maybe?
Yes. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's go to the next statement. Okay. For the next statement would be texting with your friends or phone call with your friends.
Yes. Which do you prefer, brothers and sisters?
Yeah. So I would prefer texting than phone call. So sometimes you're not urgent or anything. So texting is much more better. Yes.
Yes, I agree with that.
So, but some of you here, I see, prefer phone call. Oh, okay.
Yeah, my parents prefer phone call too. I think it's easier sometimes when you are rushing and urgent, right? You
Yeah.
need to get some information. So phone call is easier.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it depends.
Yeah, it really depends. So for me, I agree that phone call, if you want something done, you make a phone call. But if not, texting is a much more better way to go.
Yes.
Yes.
All
Alright.
right.
So next would be Honda-K in the morning or Honda-K in the night.
All right.
Oh.
So we'll see who are the early birds and who are the late night owls.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's see.
So
What do you prefer, Kevin?
for me, I prefer morning actually.
Mm.
Yeah. But sometimes I would do at night. Yeah. Sometimes I would do at night because sometimes it's busy and we are busy in our schedule. So
Yeah.
nighttime is my.
But as long as you do it, is good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see that most of you prefer doing Honda-K in the morning. Oh, okay.
All right, many early birds. Okay, great. Brothers and sisters, next question. So, do you prefer always winter or always summer? If you can only choose one, which one do you want?
Oh, okay.
Right.
So tell you what you like.
I actually experienced winter in Korea and I quite like that, even though it's very cold.
Oh.
Because I guess, living in Singapore for so long, we are always summer every day of the year. So it's so hot and sometimes I really miss winter.
Oh, yeah. Me too. I like summer. Yeah, summer is my style of season,
Oh, that means you're different.
Yeah, different, right?
Yeah, all right, cool.
Okay, for next one, swim at beach or hike up a mountain. Okay.
Beach or mountain? Are you more of close to the sea level or far away from the sea level?
Oh, I can see our brother sister in AP, they are half. Maybe they like going to the beach more.
Oh, actually more of going to the beach.
Yeah, going to the beach.
More
right?
than mountain.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was expecting mountains because of our Cheongpyeong holy ground. I
Yeah.
thought our brothers and sisters are very good at climbing mountains. But
Oh.
apparently not.
Yeah, it's more to the
Okay.
beach, oh.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, so next one it would be watching movie at home or watching movie at the cinema.
Ooh, there's pros and cons, right, for each of these.
Okay.
Yeah. So being at home, I guess you have the privacy, and also you can be more comfortable, be yourself. Eat whatever snacks you want and share the time with your family.
Oh yeah.
But at the cinema, it's more, big screens,
Yeah, big screen.
solid speakers.
Yeah.
So which do you prefer?
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, please vote.
A lot of you like to watch at the home, oh. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Lazy to go out, maybe.
Let's go with the next one. Sightseeing or shopping?
Oh, okay. So spending money or free of charge?
How about what do you like?
Oh, it's very hard to choose. It really depends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But if I am in countries like Thailand or like even Malaysia, I really enjoy shopping there. Yeah, there's many things to see on the streets and all that.
Yeah,
So
me too. I really like sightseeing, the culture, see a lot of different places. All right.
Sightseeing and shopping, both pros and cons.
I can see there are a lot of us that like sightseeing. Whoa, okay, not bad. Now, let's go to the next statement. Restaurant food or street food?
Yeah, so it's the high-end places or the local favorites?
Oh, okay. Oh, I
Which do
see.
you prefer?
For me, I like restaurant food more better. I like the aircon.
Indoor guy.
Aircon. I like the aircon.
The ambience also in a restaurant is nice. Yeah. But street food, I guess you get the, local vibes. It's really enjoyable.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I can see that a lot of you have mixed reactions. Some of you like restaurant food. Some of you like street food. Wow, that's good. Okay. So now let's go to the next one. Game night or movie night?
Yes.
Okay. So those who are you have a family or you are alone, which do you prefer? Game night or movie night? Oh.
Game night, there's more bonding, right? More talking, interacting. But for movie night, it's more of, enjoying the show together in a quiet environment.
I see that a lot
No
of
talking.
prefer movie night. They will prefer movie night.
Yeah, I guess less effort.
Yeah, less effort.
More enjoyment also.
Just sit down and watch screen only.
Zero effort.
All right. Thank you,
Cool.
brother, sister. Okay.
Yes, brothers and sisters, we hope you enjoyed this game. You can use this game to play with your Sunday school children if you are still teaching on Zoom. So all right, so the next game we'll be introducing to everyone is the Zoom rock paper scissors. So this game is going to be a very simple game, and let me introduce the game mechanics to all of you. Okay, yes. So for the game mechanics, please take note to switch to speaker view now. Okay, and also please take note of the emojis that are representing each of these paper, rock, and scissors. So for paper, it is clapping hands. It looks like a paper, right? And then for rock is thumbs up. Also, it's like a fist like this, thumbs up. And for scissors, it is the party emoji because it looks like a scissors, right? Triangle. All right, so please try to remember this. Later, we'll have a demo. All right, so please take note of the steps. Firstly, switch on your cameras. Okay, everybody needs to do this in order for us to play this game. Okay, so if you haven't, please turn on your cameras now.
All right. Turn on your cameras right now, everyone.
Yes, and this rock, paper, scissors, it will be everyone versus the host. So we are the game host. So all of you will be playing against us. So for example, if we play rock, paper, scissors and you lose against us, so please switch off your camera. So example, if we play rock and you play scissors, that means you lose, right? So please switch off your camera to show that you are out of the round, so you cannot play anymore.
Yes.
Okay, and then if you get a draw, which is the same choice as us, or if you win, then you keep your cameras on. Okay, so we are going to see who is the last person with their camera on, and you will be the winner.
Yes. Okay, everyone. Okay, it's very simple. Okay, so we're gonna have a demo round first. Okay, just only one short demo. Okay, so let me off this share screen first.
Okay, everyone, please remember the emoji.
Okay.
Okay, again, a reminder, paper is clapping emoji. And then scissors is party emoji. And rock is heart emoji. All right?
Okay.
Okay, let's do a demo round. Okay, can I have everyone to show me what is rock?
Okay, what is rock? Okay, everyone, what is
Rock.
rock?
Okay, good. Thumbs up. Yes, rock.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up is rock. Okay.
Cool. Okay, great memory, guys. Okay, next, let us show scissors.
Scissors. Okay, what is scissors?
Party hat.
Party
yes,
hat.
scissors.
Okay, party hat. Let's put party hat.
Great job, my brothers and sisters. Okay, lastly,
What is
let's try paper.
Okay, paper.
Clapping. Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
All right. So since everyone already get used to it, okay. So now let's start the game. You only can have one game round because due to the time constraint. So we will see who will be the last man standing. Okay. So okay, let's play. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay.
Go.
We choose stone. Okay. So those who you choose scissors, please close your camera. Okay.
Yes.
Please close
If you
your
chose
camera.
scissors, turn it off now. All right. Great. Thank you,
Alright.
everybody.
Okay. Okay, so those who choose scissors, please turn off your camera.
Okay, brothers and sisters, please take note. All right. When we say rock, paper, scissors, after we say scissors, you have to play your emoji already. If you are late, then it doesn't count. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the next one. Rock,
Rock,
paper,
scissors.
scissors. Okay, we choose paper. Okay, we choose paper.
So all those who chose rock, which is thumbs up, please turn off your camera. Bye bye, Dr. Julius. All right, great game.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, next one. Okay.
Okay, rock,
paper,
scissors.
Okay, we choose stone. Okay, we choose stone. Those who choose scissors, please close your camera. Please close your camera.
All right.
Please close your camera. Those who choose scissors.
Okay,
Okay.
let's see how many we still have standing.
Oh.
Not many already.
Oh, not many. Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Let's go. Next one. Rock,
Rock,
paper, scissors. Okay, we choose scissors. Okay, those who choose paper, please close your camera.
Paper, clapping
Those who
emoji.
choose paper, please close your camera. Oh, okay. So we only have left a few. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We only have 15
All
left.
right, you're the last one standing. Let's try one more round.
Okay,
Rock,
paper,
paper, Nhóm lên ta vậy khơi nhà nhóm ta ơi tiếc đây
Okay.
nè đã
We choose stone. We choose stone. Okay. Those who choose scissors, please close your camera.
All right.
All right.
Let's see. Wow, we have many brothers and sisters who are good at playing scissors, paper, stone.
Okay. Next one. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. We choose paper. Okay. Paper. All right.
Oh no.
Oh wow. Okay, those who choose rock, please close your camera. Please close your camera.
Wow.
Okay, we only left around less than 10. Okay, the game is coming to end soon.
Wow, the lucky few. All
Okay.
right, let's see who will win this.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors,
We chose
stone.
rock again. Yeah, rock
Okay,
lovers.
Yeah, rock lovers. Okay, those who choose scissors, please close the camera. Okay, please close your camera. Those who choose scissors.
Oh, bye bye, Mr. Francis Lopez. So sorry.
Okay, all right. Wow, only a few. Okay, 6% left. 6%.
Okay, so we have some from the Philippines.
Okay.
Oh, we have
Some from Malaysia.
yeah,
all right.
Kazakhstan. Wow, amazing.
Okay.
Myanmar.
Okay, one more time. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, those who choose paper, please close the camera.
Yes, we chose scissors. So paper, please close your camera. Thank you. All right.
Alright, okay.
One more round.
One more round. Rock,
Rock,
paper, scissors.
Chose rock.
Just rock. Wow, these players are good players.
Yeah.
Wow.
So many rounds.
So many rounds. They have a very high luck. Very lucky.
Yeah, so all those who chose scissors. Oh, nobody chose scissors. Okay,
Okay.
let's try again.
Rock,
Rock,
paper, scissors. Paper. Paper.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so those who chose. Oh,
Oh
nobody.
wow, nobody.
Still standing.
Okay. Okay, one more time.
Rock,
paper,
paper,
scissors. Okay, good.
Okay, so sister, you chose paper, right?
Okay.
Sister from the Philippines, Miss Roseanne. Okay,
Okay.
please turn off your camera.
Okay, turn off your camera.
Oh, wait.
Okay, one more time. Rock, paper,
Paper,
scissors. Oh, okay. We choose rock. Okay, we choose rock. Okay, please close the camera. Okay.
All those who chose scissors, nobody?
Okay.
Okay, I think we can stop the game here. So we have our few winners.
Okay.
Okay, our sister Nunue.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay.
Sister Moy.
Oh, okay.
Yes, everyone, you can see the winner on the screen. Brother Mike, I'm not sure, is it?
Mike, are you in the winner?
No? Okay.
Please close.
Okay.
Okay.
Some just came in, right?
Yeah.
So let's see who's the winner.
Okay, so we have two over here. We have one only. Maybe this one. Okay.
Sister Nune and Sister Layton.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank
you,
you for joining us
everyone.
for the game.
Yes, I hope you have fun playing this big ice-breaking game, and I hope you can use it for your Zoom Sunday school.
Yeah, so this is your game host, Kevin, and Xia Yue signing out. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a great workshop, everybody.
Wow, thank you so much for our game host couple for sharing us such a interactive game. I'm sure everyone had a lot of fun and had a wonderful time. And actually, before we start our second lecture, we prepared a very cute and special performance by our younger brothers and sisters. We would like to give credits to our sister Jayon for supporting this Sunday school performance. Let's welcome the Philippine Hill XJ National Training Sunday School team, and they will perform the Three Bears in Korean. Let's welcome. Wow, really so cute, right? Our Sunday school kids. So thank you so much for such an energetic performance from them. And yeah, please give them a big round of applause to our Sunday school student and also our sister Jayong and for organizing this performance. So before starting the second lecture, let me first introduce our lecturer. In our first lecture, we had received guidance from Dr. Julius, and our next lecturer is actually the wife of Dr. Julius, Mrs. Ayako. She has been a Sunday school teacher for more than 20 years. She has an enormous passion for children's education, and she contributes a lot of content to AP Sunday School Teacher Manual. So let's welcome Mrs. Ayako with a big round of applause.
Okay. So can you hear me, everybody? My lecture is how to teacher.
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you. Mine is very focusing on internal guidance. So please, next slide, please. Yes. In the divine principle, there is internal nature and external form. As you see the picture, which one you like? Big carrot, right? I think most of you likes big carrot, not the, left side. Not the leaves, but you like to get the carrots. So internal nature is like this carrot. It's not visible. Internal nature is intangible and causal and stand in the position of a subject partner to the external form. So if you have reached in your heart, in your mind, so that you can teach more in the Sunday school, artistically. Okay, okay. Next. So actually I'm not used to give lecture. So that's why also this slide is also shared by Brother Roger. And so it's only the 3 points. So please don't fall asleep. The points, first point is relationship, deepen relationship between God and I in any situation. The second, practice divine principle in your teaching and in your life. And third, life of Hyojon heart, living for others is through happiness. So only these 3 points, because this is really focusing on internal guidance for the teachers to teach children more effectively. So if you have rich in the heart, you can have a lot of drawers to bring out to teach children. So next. Okay, now first question. So everybody please ready to type answer. So what do you think the simplest goal in our life? What is your goal in your life? Please type your answers and opinions in the chat. Okay, okay. So I will check. Yes, please be happy. Attain happiness. Attain true happiness. Happiness. Yes, yes. Heart of heart. Be good. Anybody else? To give joy, happiness to God and to parents. Attain happiness with everyone. Yes. Be happy and make other happy. Yes. To become filial child. Smile always. Okay. to give joy to God. Yes, yes, yes. Very good, very good. Yes, everybody very good. So please, next slide. Yes. So it's same. Like also, I think it's the attain happiness. Yes, to live with heavenly parents happily. So yeah, that's same like you. I made the shortest and simplest life goal. So while teaching children, hold this motivation in your mind and seek what is God's will for children in front of you. So because usually while teaching children, you will be very busy in the external techniques, how to teach, what's next to teach. Actually very busy is a Sunday school teacher because not only the lessons, but you have to also do something after the lesson activities. So that's why holding the internal goals in your mind and face to children so that you what to the children will be something somehow different. Okay. Okay, next. Yes. So actually, it's no need to say, but everybody before me, everybody, all the leaders say, yeah, feel and understand God's love. So for me, the first one to focus is feel and understand God's heart. This is true Father's word. The wind that blows, the flowing water, and the grass that grows in the fields were all created as an entity that symbolizes God's love to Adam and Eve. Yes. So everything in this, on the earth, in the universe, in the space, everywhere, everything is for humans. Everything for Adam and Eve and for humans. So whatever you see or whatever you touch, you can feel how God created these things. Very, very 120% effort with effort. And next slide, please. So please try to study and enjoy all the creations using your five senses and study them even through the science and math. So those everything got created universe in numerical order. So even now in the computer world, IT, those are really very, very interesting numerical order. So all the fields we can study. The children can choose any kind of field to study. And also she go around the world to see the beauty of creations. So in the beginning, if the children still small, let them feel those God's love through the creations. Next. Yes. So this is what I do, the children scientific experiment, or I get from the YouTube. There is a lot of children science experiments. And actually, this experiment make children, I will make children understand God's creation more deeply. And it's really enjoyable. And then children will have more interested in, more curious, and more vitality. And yeah, it's really very nice. It's really like kind of like magic. Yes. Actually, I have some files of those children experiments compiled already. If I have chance, I can share it to all of you also. Okay. Okay, so now my testimony. When I joined the Unification Church at the age of 18, I had very serious question. Why God didn't help Adam and Eve before they were? Look at this miserable world. It's really miserable. I really wish if God could stop them fall. Though I knew it in divine principle intellectually, but emotionally I couldn't get it. So I continue praying, asking why God didn't do something for them. At the same time, I pray I will follow God's will in any situations too. But I couldn't get the answers. But I continue. After 3 years of asking God, suddenly God gave me answer. It's because I am parent. Actually, that time, God was considered only as a father of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve are my children. So I could get it emotionally after many trainings and challenges in student center in Kyoto, Japan. I realized how great is God's hope toward human beings to be grown up as his sons and daughters. God really loves human beings. This is my realization. Okay. Next. Okay, so now again, another question. So what do you think, how is heaven on earth and in heaven is like? What is your heaven's images? Can you type in the chat? You have images. What kind of heaven do you like to live? Good family living for each other. Yes. Peaceful family and world life. Yes. Sorry, I missed some. Oh. I missed some, sorry. Well, what else? Okay. Sorry, I cannot get it. I think true happiness. Okay, people accomplish secret blessings. All world is a big family community. We all feel like one big family. Yes. You have more and more concrete images, happy and peaceful relationship with other people. Yes. For example, like families and friends share the things together and no quarrel. Or everybody has their own unique project. They can show themselves their uniqueness. Yes. Actually, if we have time, If we have time, you can have many more imagination. What kind of heaven, what kind of Chonilgo you want to live in? You can get more. Oh yes, parental ice cream with children. Yes, yes. There is everlasting joy and happiness based on true love. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. You can have, if you take time to think what kind of heaven Chonilgo, you will get many more, many ideas. Yes. So a family with God together. Yes. So many, most of all of children have very unique imagination skills, especially small children have no foreign concept from experiences in this world, this foreign world. So do not deny them with your narrow view. One naughty boy answered that he doesn't want to go to heaven. It's problem if he don't want to go to heaven. If heaven is like inside chapel, where everyone must keep silence and wearing only white clothes. So this is a very honest small children's feeling. So for them, what kind of heaven, what kind of Chonilgo? Yes. Actually, you can ask them or discuss in a family. Yeah. So children, all the children have unique feelings, thinking. So let them have this free will, free feelings to show up. This kind of relax and then accepting atmosphere is very also good for the children. So this boy actually was a pupil of teacher Anshari. It's from the book of series and of Green Gables. Yes. So actually we can say anything for the Chonilgo images, but if our own feelings very inside our heart, we can have a lot of feelings according to your experience in a childhood or your neighborhood. If your neighborhood always quarreling, always shouting, or other neighbors always having violence, in that case, you might feel, I want to go to the heaven where there is no violence, no quarrels, like this. So this very concrete images is very important. If you have very concrete images, we can also share it to the children. Also, children can feel relaxed. They can also tell you what kind of heaven they want to go. Okay. So next slide. Okay. As a Sunday school teacher, the more you pour your heart to let children feel God's love, the closer relationship you and God will have. So nobody can steal this relationship. This is the true treasure of yours. And be reminded that children have pure ability to feel your state of mind. If you are saying just it came from the head knowledge or just common sense or from your true feeling. So when they trust teacher, then they began to absorb anything what teacher says to them. So just be true. No need to show yourself like a perfect human. If you have mistaken, just say sorry. This kind of relationship, children actually they like. Yes. Next. Okay. Just a break. This is the 32 years ago in Japan. Those babies are already 32 years old. Hopefully, I wish they have happy life with God. Yeah. So this is the time I realized how nice and how important the second gen education. So this baby is from the left is Kiyomi-chan, Tadaoki-kun, Nao-chan, Toyoko-chan, Hitoe-chan, Kuni-chan. So those small children, it's very fast to grow. It's already, I cannot believe it's already 32 years already passed. Yes. So next, this is second testimony. During I teach in Sunday school, Philippine HQ. While you are in charge of Sunday school, there will be many obstacles, externally and internally, I tell you. In many cases, like life journey, people choose to give up the mission when there is difficulty on their way. So I had also many kind of obstacles too, like skill problems, language problems, health problems, financial problems, and many other problems to teach children. And I'm not so confident teaching. In fact, as you can feel, I'm not good in speaking in front of audience. But since I was so inspired about second generation children education, and I was so inspired by children's pure heart, even I got tired working outside and teaching in Sunday school. Many teaching ideas coming up in my mind. These miraculous experiences pushed my back to continue to teach children. But when it's really come to limit of my patience, almost this is that like a feeling, I want to quit. This kind of feeling already. I couldn't stand anymore. So like lying down. Then actually that time, God approached me in my heart and said, do not stop Sunday school. You should continue to be with children. You can do it. So, thank you, Pops. Yeah, now it's no more, actually no feeling of this kind. This is already few years ago. Actually, God really came to me and encouraged me. This was really the encountering God and become very close to God. This is a very precious time. So that's why Sunday school mission for me is very precious. And then this mission let me close to God. So I could feel God is always with me. With this precious experience, I could stand again and teach children without looking for my benefit or reward. So, and few years ago, few years later, so I got great blessings, actually, not only one, but many. And it's countless and unimaginable blessings. This is real. And I realized that if you give yourself selflessly, you surely receive. This is really my realization. It's really, I appreciate and very grateful. During this mission, I could get this feeling and become close to God. So that's why I really continue. Okay, next. So this is one of surprising. This was 2019, I think, True Father's Seung anniversary. One after the left side up was he sang the song for the very emotional, very comforting songs for the members, old members. And it was touching my heartstrings, and I was shocked when this photo of storytelling activity came out at the background. Actually, IHQ used this actor to sing again and again. Even this year, he sang. So I was so encouraged and comforted. What I'm doing is really God knows. If nobody knows, but God knows. Yes. And in this picture, actually, I give you the quiz. There is some difference between this background and my picture left side. Actually, two difference, but you can find one difference. What's the difference between these two pictures? Can you see it? Can you find what's the difference? This is almost same picture, but actually few seconds different. Which part is different? Anybody can tell? Nobody. Nobody. Yes, holding envelope. Pink girl, yes, holding envelope. Yes. Oh, very good. Yes. The girl that with long sleeve from the left have yes, bring down the envelope. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I thought it's same picture, but when I found this and check two pictures, it's different. Yes. That's why the one second gen behind inside the van is also different. Yes. She is also second generation sisters. Yes. Yeah. Good. You have very good eye. Okay. Next. Okay, now another question. So today we gather together as a Asia Pacific Sunday school teachers, it's very amazing. We have many kinds, various cultures and languages, and even the religion before. So international blessing marriage is the only way to solve conflict of cultures and religions. So can you check, or you can see your languages. Language is the culture. So how you study your nation's culture in this way? For example, in Japanese, when we say thank you, is arigato. This arigato's original meaning is it seldom happens. What you did for me is so precious. Okay. So the language, the greetings have a original meaning. That's the culture. In Japan, so that's why arigato mean is it seldom happen. This is very precious, like this. So okay. Now question is, yes. What is good morning or morning greetings original meaning in your national language? Yes, it's also okay. Yeah, original language if you are in a different country. Okay, please type. Oh, no, many. Let's check. Russia, kind morning. Magandang umaga. What is magandang umaga means? Beautiful morning. Indo. Oh, I cannot. Malaysia, selamat. Oh, safe morning, Malaysia. Selamat pagi, bahasa Indonesia. Yes, best morning. Yes. And wow. Peaceful morning. What's the meaning? Original meaning, peaceful morning. Magandang umaga. Magandang umaga is beautiful morning. Good morning. Mayos buntag. It literally means good morning. Arun sawat. New day. Say hi. Okay. Mingarapa. Is it correct pronunciation? Sorry. Bandang umaga. Saan ka pupunta? Okay. Good morning. Buenos dias. Where is that? Buenos dias. Zamboanga. Yes. Oh, okay. Peaceful morning. In Malaysia, Chinese. 안녕하세요. Are you still alive? Good morning. Okay. So as you could see the God's morning. Okay, yes. Okay. Even the morning greetings have original meaning from the culture originally came from history or something. Their customs is good morning in Japanese is Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo gozaimasu means it's very early. You are so hardworking. Everybody is working very hard. When they meet each other in the early morning, they think you are hardworking. like that. So it's very interesting to check your languages in this way. There is, I think, many other great things you can check after this. Okay. Language is the very, deep culture. So language is very important. And so next, this is, now we go to divine principle. I'm very fond of reading introduction because this start, as many said in the life goal, in the beginning, first sentence is, everyone is struggling to attain happiness and avoid misfortune. So everybody want to be happy. Everybody don't want to cry in the sadness. But the human fall represent humanity's descent into ignorance. So we don't know what to do. The new truths should guide fallen human beings to return to the original state. To do this, it must reveal the purpose for which God created humankind and the universe, and teach about process of their restoration and its ultimate goal. So we really have to study and we check it. Not only study, but also we check it if it's true or not. So God has sent one person to this earth to resolve the fundamental problems of human life and the universe. His name is Samuel Moon. He fought along against millions of devils, both in the spiritual and physical world, and triumphed over them all. Through intimate spiritual communion with God and by meeting with Jesus and many saints in paradise, he brought to light all the secret of heaven. So how great is true parents? We can read it in the introduction. And in introduction, last sentence, they say, in every corner of the world, countless souls who had been groping in the darkness are receiving the light of this new truth and being reborn. So as we witness this, we cannot stop shedding tears of deepest inspiration. We desire from the bottom of our hearts that its light quickly fills the earth. So this part, really, this is why we study, and this is why we do witnessing. This is why we do every tribal messiahs. So everything is for the everyone's happiness, God's happiness, to the parent happiness. Yes. So always remember these parts. We are one part of this. Yes. We are always hoping for everybody's happiness, and then we help each other, and we witness, we fundraise. So everything is here. Okay, next. Yes, the divine principles. What I tell here is give and take action and spirit world. Because we cannot talk about many important things in the divine principle, but for me, this give and take action is very important, because this is to form 4-position foundation for developing and achievement. So now, what kind of give and take action will you have with children in Sunday school? Next. Effective give and take action. Actually, these ideas, some ideas came from my interactive storytelling master from Japan. Actually, she is member and she really very worried about children's education. Although she is not involved in the children education right now. She's already 8 years old. Give and take is really key to develop. So what kind of give and take we do, and we already know what's the result. So give and take, effective give and take action, it should be God-centered. So as the picture show, the subject partner in the middle and object partner go around. So subject partner stay at the center position and do not leave from this position. So Sunday school teacher in the center, you can give any kind of give and take. Can be friendly. Sometimes children is teacher. Also it can be, but you have to be in the center position. If you leave the position, and no more good give and take action. And accept children as is. So children is on the way to develop. So we accept them first as is. And then together grow. And it should be interactive, two-way, not one way. That's why we say interactive storytelling. And then input and output at the same time. Yeah. So if you ask a question or children ask a question to you and answer, it's not limited in learning, inputting, but children speak out, then they can output at the same time. So this is very effective, and to check how children understood. And it should be positive and developing and enjoyable and happy atmosphere, so that children will have more vitality and grit. So, and at the last, teacher can learn from children's viewpoint too. Actually, teacher can learn. Actually, many teacher, children can give you the many ideas. Next. Okay. So now this is about the spirit world, about the heaven. Thank you, Jennifer.
Heaven on top floor in the spirit world is a world full of beauty and brilliance. Each person is born with one personality out of 12 different personalities. And in the spirit world, there are 12 pearl gates according to the character of 12, and each person has their own pearl gate to enter. If we live on earth and prefer only the type which we belong, we can only enter that gate. Those who go to heaven are those who love everyone and have a heart of love who can pass through all 12 pearl gates. The key to opening the gate of heaven is our heart of love. A heart that loves people and forgets it. Heaven is a world where people with such a heart of love gather. Heaven is a world where people with such great heart of love gather. The happiness of one person is the happiness of all people, and the happiness of all people is the happiness of one person. It is a world where such people lives for others and forget about it, where each other thinks only about the happiness of other and helps the other to be happy. The most important thing in heaven is the heart of love that loves and loves others, and that love makes everything possible. It is a world where food, clothing, and shelter are all covered by love and creativity, and we live filled with happiness and joy. Love is the most fundamental thing in human happiness, but love cannot be felt alone. Only with your loved ones and family can you feel love and live a joyful life in heaven. Therefore, heaven is not a place to go alone. But a place where couples with a loving heart go hand in hand with each other. Animals in heaven love the heart of love that humans have. And the only thing animals think about is, how can I please our master humans? Animals come to humans and make them laugh, make cute gestures, and make them happy. In this way, the animals of heaven are spending time together like humans and their families. And the flowers turn into beautiful colors as humans wish, and the trees change into the scenery of the four seasons which pleases humans. Mountains and the sea sing songs, rivers play music and sing various songs. A world where all nature longs for and welcomes human love. This is the natural world of heaven. Humans live and grow older, but in heaven they rejuvenate and return to their most beautiful and shining youth. So in heaven, your family, your ancestors, and everyone in heaven feel like brothers and sisters. In this way, the world where nature, animals, and all people live as a big family is heaven.
Okay, so this is, actually everybody knows, but anyway, this is a reminder that heaven is like this. And then we have our own heaven's life. Actually, usually I tell in the heaven, the love is the air in the heaven. So if you cannot have love in your heart, you cannot breathe. And also, actually, nowadays many people like counselors, coaching, and some like meditation people, affirmations. They say, what you think, it become real. Yes. So what you think in your heart, in your mind, really become real. Actually, heaven is like that. So in the history, in the Old Testament age, New Testament age, even they think, they wish, but it didn't become real so much. It's become because of the age. This is a history. We are going up to until the complete testament age and Chonyilgok times. So it become easier when you wish, it become real. This is the heavens. So even on the earth. Okay, next. So let children know about spiritual world positive side. Also, we have to teach even intellectually as a knowledge, the health, but instilling fear of spiritual world and controlling children is not so, I don't recommend. Yes, that's possible, but sometimes, but it's not the main teaching, main education. Next. This is the last part, Hyojon Heart and living for others. In order to feel and understand how great is true parents' life course, let children listen and read various storybooks of living for others. There are various ways and levels from little sacrifices to greater sacrifices. So it's really true parents' sacrificial life is far beyond our imagination. Actually, nobody can do this. Even we go around, see around the world, great people, nobody can do the to the parents level sacrifice. It's really, that's the real. So our hope to raise children with big heart to live for others and have Hyojon heart and practice it into various action freely. So heart education is very important, not only the knowledge education. Next. Okay, this is a picture, the second gen children teaching the HTM children. Our Philippine HTM children is in the very poor areas. So actually, our second gen also can practice teaching or giving like this. So if they act like this way in the service project, they can feel their heart filled and grow shining. Next, I guess. So also this is Sunday school. The in the free wills, children volunteer to help teachers to prepare snacks, and also although teachers are initiating, but children fundraising for the Kuya medical expenses. Next. Okay, another question. What is your favorite story of living for others? Except to parents, except Bible stories this time. do you have in your mind what's the story of living for others? For example, Simchon, it's very famous from Korea. The Night of Galactic Railroad from Japan, Pay It Forward movies. So teacher also run and read the stories, living for others, to clarify your mind. Please. Okay, next. Those are some story books for children. So those are aside from the curriculums in the Sunday school. Sometimes we teach those stories of living for others. Actually, they can get many ideas how to live for others. Actually, we all doesn't have many experiences for the living for others experiences. So that's why one way to know how to live for others from the books. In small children childhood, they really absorb those stories and be inspired. Yes. Yeah, teacher must be around with God. Yeah, of course, yes. We don't, yeah, but many stories of living for others, it really will be inspired. Those are what I recommend. And really sometimes stories of not so good, like Disney stories, they are not so recommendable. Okay, next. So what will happen if you live for others selflessly? You just think it frankly. So can you tell you become a loser or a winner? In fact, what will happen when you give selflessly? Yes, it's not about getting rewarded or that, but your heart will be filled with joy, peace, and God's love, if you can notice it. And divine principle says, give and take action. If you give, God will prepare return. It's very mysteriously. I really experienced this mysterious way God gave. So you will never feel like to separate from God. Yes. Next. The last question. So who is your favorite person in Bible story? You have any? If you have any, please type. For me, it's Isaac, son of Abraham, who could feel what his father wanted him to do and offer himself to be a sacrifice. He was not told to do, but with his free will, he decided to follow God's order. So I think he is very, very pure filial son. So that's why Isaac, I really is my favorite person in a Bible story. You can also have Isaac and Joseph. Wow. Yes. So if you have favorite person in the Bible story, you can tell that story very more emotionally, more inspirationally. Yes. Okay. Next. This is Jesus, Noah. Yes. Okay. So be flexible like a mother. Usually the Sunday school teacher, most of time you will have a mother's heart, because mother is the one always nearer to the children than the father, and more secret children can tell to the mother. Next. So this is the last one. This is my favorite Bible verse, 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8. So this is what the living for others, living together with God. This is very, I think this says everything, how to do. So love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. So this is my internal guidance. So it's not so long. I hope you enjoyed what you interacted in the lectures. So tomorrow we have more external guidance. So please expect more, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ayako, for your inspiring lecture to show us the importance of the internal aspect of becoming a Sunday school teacher. And also we should always have this parental heart like Mrs. Ayako, who's been really dedicating her for so many years for our second generation's education, and also really should learn how to apply the divine principle in while we're really educating and raising our second and third generations. And so, as we mentioned earlier, we'll be listening to some testimonies today as well. And I will also like to remind the participants again, if you have any questions for our lecturers and also for our testimony givers, please feel free to type it in the chat box directly to our moderator, that's Q&A. You can private message them. And so first we will listen to a testimony from our passionate Sunday school teacher. She will share her own experience and insights on second generation education. And she has been working as a Sunday school teacher in the Philippines for 16 years. And she is also an advisor of the Philippine National Blessed Children Committee, as well as the education department head of Blessed Children of 13 years old and above. So let's hear from Mrs. Hiromi Silong. Let's welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good evening already, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Really, I feel I'm so moved that many people's all sacrifice and many people's really sincerity. Even this workshop also, many people prepared so much. Really, thank you very much in this kind of heart foundation. Really, we are not here. Okay, I will try to share my this one. Okay, let me try. Okay, sorry. あれ？見てね。これどうしたらいいの？ これか。OK。ね。はい。じゃあ、Thank you very much. I will try to start. Ready? Yeah, thank you very much. And leaders and the great Sunday school teachers, thank you very much to this workshop. So today I will try to share something that I have experienced and what I am always keep in mind. To tell you the truth, I don't have any great achievement, so I'm ashamed to share in front of you. I'm not sure this testimony will be helpful to everyone, but I hope that this was an opportunity for us to learn and grow up together, include myself. I tried today's testimony title as a foundation of China Cook. This is because I am always aware of this when I spend time with the blessed children, thinking of the China Cook, which we are establishing together, and praying that each one of them will grow up to the one of China Cook, who is centering on children. In fact, I am the one who have received a lot of blessing and growing up with our children. So now I would like to tell you a little about my own personal story. In October 2004, finally our family have come back to the Philippines. As I promised to God, if I could move to the Philippines, I would definitely dedicate to the will that Heavenly Parents has wished to me and my family. I moved to the Philippines with the prayer and the determination to do so. Of course, at that time, I had no idea what God wanted for me, so I decided to trust that what was given to me and put it into action. This is also the determination that I have that has changed since I was 20 years old when I decided to dedicate myself before heaven. I also had a depth of love that as a member of Mother Nation, we were loved before anyone else, even before to Mother. If I look at myself with my own eyes, I have no confidence at all, but I know painfully that after I prayed that I would offer myself before God, and then Heavenly Parent pushed me out, prepared me with all his heart and trained me. I felt as if God was saying, I have trained you. And I knew that I would never be able to trample on the love and the hard work of our Heavenly Parents. I felt that God's love was not for me alone, but because God wanted to love and nurture the people through me. In fact, I didn't choose to born to be Japanese, but I was born and raised in Japan. And I raised that I had been blessed in so many ways without even knowing it. It's not that I was great, but because I was born in Japan, I was protected by God and received special love from God, from two parents. And it was not for the sake of the Japanese people, but absolutely for the sake of loving the world and letting the world alive. I believe that we must never forget that. So I want to give everything what I can do. 2 years before we moved to the Philippines, our school, Seung International Academy, had been established in Antipolo City through the effort of our former continental director and brothers and sisters. Many blessed families gathered around the school, and all the blessed family raised our children together. I myself was a series of impressions by the sight of children from the various nations gathered together, centering on two parents. But at the same time, I was so filled with providence to help me remove my fallen natures and expand my heart. Also, as I pledged to God when I came to the Philippines, my life in the Philippines has been the truly public way, even though I am not the full-time member externally. At SHIA, a few Japanese sisters had started the service project. I was invited to do it together. It was my first mission that God gave me. The service project was to bake bread with good ingredients for health and distribute to the poor people. We did this for several years. We didn't know what we could do, but anyway, we continued to put a lot of love into the bread and to deliver it. There is so many children in the Philippines, so I believe that if these children could receive the heavenly education, the future of the Philippines would be very bright. These children will be able to create a bright future world. I prayed and walked on. Yeah, this is a picture of SIA service project. We held the events in the poor area, gathered street children and so on. We also bake bread and distributed them. This is Sir Julius, at the time the principal of the SIA. Okay, this is a view of our bakery in the school. It's developed with the addition of many people. Looking back on it now, it's a wonderful memory. But on the other hand, we had no income at all in my family. So my husband had to go back to Japan to work. And my niece from the province came to live with us. To bake bread, I had to get up and go out at 4 a.m. So I had to leave all my small children to my niece in the morning time. I was determined to treat all the children in the school like my own children. At the same time, we also held clean up the subdivision where we lived. As we worked together, our other blessed families and eventually the school teachers, PTA president, and a neighbor start clean together. I thought and prayed seriously what the meaning of service because God gave me. Then I realized like that way. Just as a mind and body are two viewed in one, religion and science need to be unified. I also thought that the religion without the practice of service would be strange. If we love God, we need to not only talk about God, but we need to practice living for others. If we want to create a kingdom of heaven, we need to practice living for the sake of others. Also, our spiritual body can only grow through the practice of living for the sake of others. In terms of children's education, I think it's important for parents ourselves to be happy in the public work, to be happy to help others, and to at least try our best. Before, True Father said, every blessed family should have NGO. I think it means that we should have a clear vision of Chongguk and need our creativity and ownership to realize Chongguk. Many of our brothers and sisters misunderstand that if we say public, they think it is only church activities, but it is wrong. Of course, we had Sunday school every Sunday. When we first came to the Philippines, there was no Sunday school in Antipolo, and we Japanese were asked to do it. So without knowing much about it, we all consulted with each other and started. When we first started, the children were full of energy, and it was really hard for the inexperienced mother teachers to handle. Even during the message time, few of the children stayed still. Some kept kicking from behind, some crawled around the floor, and some started eating sweets. But I watched them. I had a kind of unfolded conviction that they would become great leader in 10 years. And we never gave up and continued with patience. As the children grew, we gradually increased the number of Sunday school class, the level of the age 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, during the long vacations, we organized Divine Principle Seminar. Also, since 2012, my family and one of 30,000 couple family have started a Hebaragi home for second gen who want to study in the Philippines. So we are spending time beyond the boundaries of our own family, even at home. I hope that the children who spend time here will think of us as their second family. This diagram is also always in my mind. This is really important golden circle that is often introduced in the business field, but it can also be very applicable to our life of faith. It's the same in the children's education. The most important thing is to focus on and not to forget is why. There are children who said, I can't attend Sunday school because I have an exam tomorrow. And there was a parent who allowed that it to happen. Of course, as educators, we will consult each situation, but I will just talk basic matter. When I ask you, do you study all day long? Can't you devote even just a few hours to heaven? In such a child, no matter how smart he is, a child that God is pleased with a child who is separate from God, realize God's desire? The idea is opposite. We should start thinking from, in order to fulfill the God's wish or desire, then of course, children need to study to realize God's wish or desire. But if the way they do that is not in line with God's primary goal, then they are doing it wrong. What heavenly parents really desire for all blessed family now is how clearly we can envision an ideal of creation, the vision of Chonilukuk as heavenly parent, the true parent sees it. Then, according to the word of the very scientific principle, we can work together to build the true love of Chonilukuk through using our individuality to bear and excitedly giving shape to the idea of how and what. Okay, now I'd like to talk about how I've been involved in anti-polo education, mainly for middle school and above. In 2015, our blessed children were getting all bigger, and we divided our Sunday school classroom into two. English skills of the Japanese sisters were too limited to handle the Sunday school for the elder children. However, at the time, atmosphere of HTM were heating up and everything else was left alone. Even though we tried to find teacher for elder Sunday school, nobody could responsible properly. Filipino children are basically obedient, but they're disappointed to first gen. And it was really pain for me. So when Sasaki Samonim, Dr. Yun's wife, Samonim, came to the Philippines, I asked her if she had any advice for the education of the second generation. She said, you should try to do it. You should do it. How about making the storyboard and doing some local play service? That was the advice I received. I made the best use of her word, and I was entrusted with second gen education in Antipolo. So I decided to be the charge of elder Sunday school every week, and then to do service project once a month. This was the beginning. I studied a lot to prepare the message, and it is really hard for me even to just to put into English. I don't think I can do it at all, but just deny myself and aligning myself with what God wants to do rather than thinking from me. Small children, family education is almost everything. However, for the children who have grown up, not only family education, but they need to create the artistic community of blessed children and let them interact with each other. They also need to think and act for themselves, not only just listen and follow what the adult and the leaders tell them. Also, even if they know the divine principle in their head, they don't often practice at all. I thought it was necessary to make them realize and learn this through practice. The key to this, I thought that if only human beings who would be God's children could be allowed to exercise our creative nature of God and ownership, which is a reason why God gave us a portion of responsibility, then human beings would naturally grow up with excitement. So in April, since it was a summer vacation for the children, I gathered them and explained the whole story. we talked about what kind of a group it would be. We came to with idea like, what should we name it? How about the logo? We all thought about it and excitedly started to create it. Both the name and the logo were created with the prayer with everyone. Peace era of Antipolo. So I would like to share with you some of the things that I have tried to do in order to help second gen to exercise their creativity and ownership and establish PEA. Yeah, I have not enough time, so little bit only just to read. Tell them how much God loves them. As I mentioned earlier, I try to see them and tell the children from the perspective of God. Many children didn't understand, many times not understand, always look at themselves, their own selves, but always I try to tell some words from the perspective from God. And also I told them what I was feeling as I prayed, just like in a drama, little bit or something. And actually I believe that. So I said, for example, in the Philippines, Antipolo is where is the most second gen and living, many second gen living in Antipolo. Don't you think God is paying attention here? Don't you think God will be very happy if second gen here grew up, be able to carry out the will of God? Don't you think that because God is omniscience and omnipotence, he has gathered people here who can do that? That is sure. Let's become the best second gen in the Philippines and build the best Philippine group, best children group in the Philippines together. Something like that. To be the best second gen in the Philippines, you have to have a best training in the Philippines, right? Are you okay? Will you follow me? Something like that. Actually, I'm thinking excitedly and talk to them. Also next, we are team, so we need to think together, everything. Let all people to join. Don't let them be audience. Next, like brainstorming, the meeting should be a public place where people can actively express their opinions. Next, after the Sunday school message, I have a discussion session or ask a few people to present their reflections in front of everybody. Not only input, both the speaker, by the output, both the speaker and the listener will be better organize what they learn. Okay, next, let them think by their own. Once they have decided on the goal, ask them to think about how and what they should do to achieve it one by one. I would ask a lot of questions and let the children do the rest. Next, let them think about what responsibility need to be assigned in order to realize their goals. And let them basically decide for themselves what field they want to be in charge of. Next, let the younger children or those who are passive character help elders. Next, after every service activity or event, there should be the reflection and evaluation session. Okay, next, once I gave this responsibility, make sure I take charge of that outcome. Okay. It's very important for us to give our children the opportunity to practice loving others as I have done in the past. In this way, we will come to realize the greatness of true parents, and we will be able to see more clearly what true parents are aiming for. This picture of the monthly service activity project on the area. We continued to do this for about a year until it was canceled due to some circumstances in the region. We went to the same place every time because we wanted to love the community and to build a good relationship, not to be an event maker. To make the story to the tell kids, drew pictures, preparing games, practice dance or singing, performance, audio preparation, make t-shirts, etc. All had they be done by second gen. The more we did that, the more we really came out in a good way, and we became more and more professional. Also, as I mentioned earlier, Through practicing, they start to understand deeply that they had vaguely remembered. For example, alignment and teamwork. When the MC is trying his best to manage the whole and make it exciting, the second gen who are not busy to chat away without listening to what the MC is saying. So I need to teach them what is alignment, what is teamwork, to unite into one in heart, centering on the same goal, even though each of them is different responsibility. If MC is the center of the event, then we must always keep our antenna there. I try to put into word again what they knew in the head, but they couldn't put into practice. I put a lot of time and energy into the preparation and reflection. Okay, the organization is not for the sake of the organization, but for the sake of the goal. So we had changed the organization form several times to accommodate the situation. And each department had its own meeting, contacts, and tried to make a artistic relationship. And also, even though the organization form has changed, I have specially invested second gen who stand at the head of the whole. If those children are raised well as leaders, they will be able to guide the younger second gen in a better way. The leaders were chosen after the vote by everyone, prayer by me, and the confirmation of their determination. I am convinced that God is the one to give the position of leaders and that portion of responsibilities. So I tell them that kind of way every time. When they were small, they were just attendees of seminar, but now I let them try to conduct seminar by their own hand. The participants are Antipolo Elementary Second Gen pupils. In the beginning, I asked for the outside lecturers, but eventually they could be the lecturers. They prepared their own lectures, then I checked. The seminar were also a great learning opportunity. So I really put a lot of effort into the staff meeting before seminar and the reflection meeting after seminar. It was a storm of excitement every time. In addition, I worked together to create monthly activities, witnessing, fundraising, and many other things. Through loving our second gen, I feel love of God, not only to second gen, but also to me. Through feeling in my heart to our children who are doing their best, crying, laughing, I always feel that love of God. Right now, we are doing very well using online because of the pandemic and the strict regulations. This time, we are trying to realize the word of the culture of heart, centering on Hyojong, while demonstrating their abilities and skills, as taught by Hyojin. They have made 7 clubs and are active in them. They hold home group and make videos of their activities and post them on YouTube. They also try to post the word of God on SNS every day. Yes. We are also challenging ourselves if we can make Sunday school video for the kids who can't gather together. We are also challenging ourselves to do Sunday school with Zoom. These puppets were made by the children in the craft club. Now, little by little, not only blessed children, but also HTM children are attending this online Sunday school. As you can see, the children who were small and naughty have now growing up to be leaders who can take responsibility for their own intention and plan and work on their own. I believe that they will become the light of peace, also the create a world of culture of heart that could not be created by first gen. This is truly the greatest joy of all. Again, in the end, my own relationship with heaven is all connected to the children's education. What Heavenly Parent wished for it, the owner of Chongguk, who had the initiative to establish Chongguk with true love. First of all, I myself need to make up my mind and put it into practice, and I must never deviate from the perspective of looking at and teaching children, not just as long as we keep our purity, not just as long as we receive the blessing, not just because our parents said so, not just as long as we attend Sunday service. I hope that we will work together toward the absolute goal of the completion of the principle of creation, or three great blessings. When I was in Japan, I was very dependent on others, thinking, if I don't do it, someone else will do it. Such a person, Heavenly Parent, has been guiding patiently and gave me a lot of grace. Truly, of course, but Heavenly Parent is the #1 educator. I'm truly grateful for that. I believe that the best way to educate children is through my own life of faith, my attitudes toward heaven, my mind and spirit, and the foundation, love for others and all things. It's love for heaven, love for people, and love for country. And it seems that I'm loving but being loved. I am teaching but being taught. For the sake of our precious children, I have tried to correct myself before heaven, and I have tried to protect them that I have been protected. I realize that meaning of interdependence, mutual prosperity, universal shared values. Looking back, I have made so many mistakes, but I have not yet to become a resemblance of God, but I have received so much love, and I am really a happy and lucky person. In here, let's see the word that two fathers spoke to second gen before he Seonghwa. Yeah, let's read together. They are young teenagers. Do you think there are many such children in the world? Who will raise them and who will teach them? In this desolate world of Satan, when I see these children, I want to become a young man and live with them. Please don't forget that I am living with resentment that I have lost the time to show these children even a single moment of my life. Just as I went crazy and burning like a fire before the will of God. I hope that you, audience, will become parents on behalf of God who will protect these young children. As we pray for your families to become brothers and sisters or relatives, we pray that today's holiday will be one of remembrance. Two fathers said that if he were younger, he would want to live with the children and teach them directly. I always remember my heart that we, as blessed family, will protect and nurture our children as a behalf of two parents. Okay, this is the last. I believe that these tearful sacrifice of heavenly parents and two parents cannot be cleared up without the unification of two children and the two family. Two parents who did not allow themselves to get involved in two children in order to love us. Obviously, the responsibility of protecting and nurturing the other children lies with us, the blessed families, as Cain. As the reason why the two family is suffering so much is because the blessed family, who should be the foundation of the two family, have failed to fulfill our responsibility. Obviously, our second gen should be the foundation of the two children. As a person who is in charge of educating children, I really pray about this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hiromi, for your heartfelt testimony. It is very important for us to practice true parents' teaching of living for the sake of others, like the service project you shared. Also, I was very inspired about the bakery. And also, because of that, we can have a public mind and especially for Sunday school teacher to show an example for the Sunday school student to really walk the talk. So I believe after listening to all the insightful lectures and testimony, everyone has many inspirations. So now we will have a breakout section. You will be grouped by the nation to share and discuss today's content. If you haven't renamed yourself earlier, please do it quickly so the staff can assign you to your breakout room.
Please also be reminded that if you will be assigned with a coordinator to lead your discussion in your breakout rooms. But if you don't actually have a coordinator, please feel free to start your discussion on your own, and you will have 5 minutes for questions and please enjoy. We'll see you later. Participants, if you have received any invitation to join the breakout room, please click yes or okay to join. Thank you.
For those who didn't rename or want to join some breakout room, you can raise hand, or you can also unmute yourself and then say to our MC, and then we can help you to assign you go to the breakout room. Yeah, for those who didn't rename yourself or you need to join breakout room, please, yeah, you can unmute yourself or you can raise your hand, and then our MC will help you to send you to the breakout room. Thank you. So technical, please assign the Philippine teacher to the breakout room.
May I know the name?
Yeah. Some, if they have a redeem, but if no redeem, it's okay. I think. Or someone who want to rename, you can rename yourself, and then our technical can assign you. Like for example, Zhongli San. I'm not sure is where you come from. You're from Malaysia or from Hong Kong or from China. And when you change it from Thailand, right? Or you want to assign to Thai breakout room?
But Uncle Cheng, Thailand currently in the group, there's nobody else.
Already?
Yeah.
So Thai, no one, okay. Yeah. How about when you want to join Singapore team in the future, you will join the Singapore church. When you. Okay. I think we'll be fine. It's okay. I think remain one. How about the Hung Erica? Do you want to join to any breakup room? Also the DL Moria. Yeah, it's okay if you didn't join. Thank you so much. So yeah. So please wait for another 15 to 20 minutes and then we will start our another next event. How about moderator? Pierre, do you get some question?
Some, but I'm not sure is it enough. I hope it's enough.
How many you have now? You received from the floor?
From the floor, I think 1, 2, 3, 7 questions into.
Yeah, I think the time, I think
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the main room.
Welcome back.
I hope you all enjoyed your discussions with all the Sunday school teachers from your nations. And I'm sure you have many things that you would like to digest. And so we will actually have not 10-minute, but 5-minute break because of the limitation of time. So please feel free to stretch yourself, get yourself a cup of coffee and refreshments, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Enjoy your break. See you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start now. Hope everyone had a good break and feel refreshed and also feel like you want to receive more in the next coming section.
So actually, before we go back into the main stuff, we actually have another performance prepared by our Sunday school students from the Philippines. And I'm sure our participants didn't have enough of the beautiful singings from our Sunday school students. So let's welcome the Philippine HJ National Training Sunday School team back to our stage, and they will sing us the song, The Heart of Hyojung. Let us enjoy the song together.
It's always so happy and inspiring to see our younger brother and sister perform on stage, right? I think everyone feel more energy actually seeing this video. And I believe everyone's also excited to see more listen to more testimony. Earlier, we listened to testimony given by our teachers, and now we would like to invite a parents from Singapore to give a testimony about how Sunday school has changed her children's faith and character. Our speaker today was a former Sunday school teacher for 11 years. She is a mother of 3 beautiful children and a grandmother of an active grandchild. So let's welcome up Mrs. Elaine. Thank you.
Good evening to our Heavenly Parents, true parents, all leaders, and everyone. Hope that everyone is well and healthy. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience and testimony. Firstly, I would like to thank Heavenly Parents and true parents for guiding my footsteps all the while. My name is Elaine, a Malaysian from 1275 couples, and my husband is a Singaporean. We were further blessed with 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Our family originally lived in the south of Malaysia, Johor Bahru, because I was banned from entering Singapore for 10 years. All my children were born in Malaysia. Finally, in 2003, I was invited to enter Singapore. When I came to Singapore, I took up the role of Sunday school teacher. My younger son and daughter were in my class, as Sunday school class were based on their age group. They were in my class throughout my 11 years of being a Sunday school teacher. I remembered every year I would organize 2-night, 3-day stay-in workshop for my class with the help of one mother and my elder son. All these children loved those times. My elder son, Roger, was always around to assist me a lot. He was like an elder brother to all of the second gen. All of them were very close to him and really looked up to him. They also played a lot together even after Sunday school class ended. My children's best friends are not their school friends, but our second gen. I would say that it is good and fortunate. Why do I say it's good and fortunate? Reason. 1. The second gen become their peers. Sometimes they may encourage each other to take up roles and responsibility like performing for public activity. They would also push each other to visit holy ground if one is lazy or do not want to do anything. They also help each other with their schoolwork. Sometimes my children may have some problem that may be difficult for them to confide to their parents for certain reason. Then they can confide to their second-gen best friend instead of their school friend, which is good. Even though this second-gen best friend may or may not be able to solve the problem because they're still children, they can give a listening ears. After that, they may share with their parents. The parents will give advice and at the same time will update the other parents. From there, we can help our children. They will also give advice from others to make decisions in many things they do. I remember one incident when I was staying in Malaysia, Johor Bahru. My neighbor is another blessed family. Both of us mother are like sisters and are pregnant at the same time. Both of us were pregnant with boys. I gave birth 5 months earlier than her. Both boys became very best friends like brothers. As they grew up, my son even told me that they want to be blessed to the same family. Then I told him, provided we can find a family that has twins daughter or daughter with very close age gap. But it also depends on Heavenly Parents' will. My son is now already blessed and his best friend also matched. They are not from the same family, but they are happy with their match and spouse. Okay, I'm supposed to speak from the viewpoint of a parent, which means I will share with you my experience when I'm no longer a Sunday school teacher. By that time, my children all graduated from Sunday school. They started to take up the role of a Sunday school teacher themselves. In Sunday school, before the pandemic, we normally had our Sunday school and the adult service on the same day and same time, but in different rooms or in different locations. There were times when we couldn't have Sunday school class for certain reason. Whenever this happened, I noticed a pattern forming. For the parents with younger kids, those below 14 years of age, it was not easy for those parents to fully pay attention to the sermon because they need to take care of their children. The adult service may be too deep for the children to understand. They end up getting bored and started to demand their parents' attention. For a few weeks, they may follow their parents to go to service, but later on will stop attending. They would prefer to stay at home as it is too deep. They may not be able to catch up what was delivered during the service. So it is just like a waste of time for both parents and children. And now both parents and children decided not to go to the church. But when the children attend the Sunday school, the children were taken care by the Sunday school teacher while the service is on. And the parents can pay attention to the service. Both parents and children gain benefit. In Sunday school, we create lessons that would cater to their age group. The lesson includes Bible story, True Parents course, Divine Principle, Holy Day, and also tradition. Children that attend Sunday school regularly, as they grow, they will do tithing. They will take up responsibilities. They will also want to join blessing because they were guided in Sunday school. And of course, the parents need to reinforce the teaching at home. I'm proud to say that our Singapore's blessed children that attended Sunday school regularly are spiritually quite healthy. Those that were in my Sunday school class, most of them are now matched and some are already blessed. Firstly, thanks to parents and true parents, our national leader, and all the Sunday school teachers who committed their time to prepare the lesson for the children. Of course, also thank to the parents for trusting the Sunday school teacher. Remember, very important that we as parents should not leave everything, all our children's spiritual education to Sunday school. We need to guide and reinforce what was taught to them, because our time with them is more than 6 days. The time the Sunday school teacher spend with your kids is only about 2 hours a week. Let us work together with the Sunday school teacher to help our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Elaine, for your wonderful testimony. And we can see that how Sunday school education really makes a difference in children's life of faith and character. So let's give her another round of applause. And so last but not least, we will have a former Sunday school student, Yesun Vagara Yashiro. She is the fourth eldest second gen in the Philippines, and she started attending Sunday school since she was just 6 years old with other earlier missionaries' children in the Philippines. And she basically attended all of the first workshops that were organized by the Sunday school committee. So let us welcome Yesun to give us her wonderful testimony.
Welcome, Sister Yesun.
Thank you so much. I would like to share my screen, if that's okay. Yes. So before I would like to start my message, my testimony, I would really like to thank all the organizers of Think Tank and of this training. I think this is very historical to everyone, especially to all those pioneering countries that are starting for Sunday school. And I think also to all those established countries already, I think we can learn a lot from this. So yes, so this is my testimony. Yes, growing up with Sunday school. Okay. Yes, so once again, good evening, everyone. My name is Seung Yashiro. I'm a second gen from the Philippines, and I would like to share my testimony as a student growing up in Sunday school. When they first asked me to give a testimony, my original title was transforming my testimony as in transforming my life of faith through Sunday school. But personally, I did not transform. I grew up with Sunday school, starting when I was 4, 6 years old. And then until I went to, I think, high school. I think I went to high school. Sunday school was a big part of my life. And then university happened, and then everyone was busy, and then yes, but Sunday school is always and will always be a big part of my life. So yes, I would really like to thank my teachers who are here, Sir Julius and Mrs. Ayako, who are here for really raising us up. So yes, okay, so yes, I would just share a few pictures. So this is me. This is my first memory of Sunday school. That's my mother at the back. I don't know if you can clearly see her. This was me, 4 years old. I think my first memory of going to Sunday school was when we were in Baguio City. There are a lot of Jacob's children there, and then we would gather and play a lot of games. And I think that was the first organized Sunday school I had. But I don't know if you can call that Sunday school because we just played around. we just had games, so we would not make noise in the Sunday service. So this was my first memory. And at that time, both my parents were missionaries and we lived in the center. So every Sunday there would be children coming and we would play together. And actually my first friends were from Sunday school, because I was the only child in the family. I didn't have any siblings, so I did not have friends. And I was the only child in the center because we were living in the center. So when Sunday would come, many Jacob children would be coming, and then I would be meeting them. We're like, yeah, let's play. So I was really excited to see my friends every Sunday. So I would really look forward to Sunday because that's when I would meet friends. And then I went to school, of course, and then I went to school after that. And then every year we would transfer from one city to another, and I would change schools, so my classmates would change. But my only permanent friends were the friends I made in Sunday school. So after Baguio, we went to Cabanatuan, and that was where I met Jayon. I think Jayon is here. So since I think I was 7 years old. So yeah, she's been my friend for like how many years? 23 years, 33 years. So yes. Okay, so this is my real Sunday school. So this was the time that I had proper classes, and we would have lessons about the Bible, about your parents. So this is the first time that I learned about my life of faith, why we go to church every Sunday, why tithing is important, why we have donation every Sunday. So that was a time that I first learned why all of this is important. And so this was the time that I met my elder brothers and sisters. So these elder brothers and sisters were children of early missionaries in the Philippines. Not everyone is here, but some are here. And you can see Kuya Joshua, Tikeka, that's me right here. And I think this is Bea and Sanfil, I'm not sure. But yeah, Tita Annalisa is here. So yes, so those were the early days. And these are the people that I look up to. They were my very first role models. And because they were my role models, I like the same color, I like the same singer that they like, looking up to them. I really look up to them as my role models, my very first elder brothers and sisters that I met in Sunday school. And because they kept their faith towards the church and because they kept purity, so I thought I would need to follow that. So role models in Sunday school are really important, I feel, because they are the ones that we look up to as youngers, and they are the ones that we follow as younger blessed children. And then, so this was my first experience summer camp. So before that, I was not allowed to go to my friend's house to stay overnight. So when we had the summer camp, so this was my very first experience of overnight with friends. So I was very excited. And at the time, we were paired as elder sisters and younger sisters. So I think Sir Julius mentioned there was an elder class and there was a younger class. So the elder class would be paired with the younger class as buddy-buddy system. So the elders would be taking care of the youngers. And so that was my very first experience as an ate. So ate in Filipino term is elder sister. That was my first time right here. I'm right here at the very right. I think this is Helen Jane on my lap. Helen Jane. Yeah. So yeah, so that was my very first experience as an ate. And that became the start of my awareness of taking care of younger ones. Because I was the only child, so that was my first awareness as a younger to my youngers to really take care of them. And I had more experiences as an elder. So this was me as staff. Do you see Victor here? That's Victor right there, and Julie, and Junsong, and Sir Abner, Sir Julius, Mrs. Ayako. You see, these were really very precious experience for me, as we felt that, you know, we were kind of promoted, not just as students, but, you know, as team leaders, you know, as elders who would be taking care of the younger ones. And then this gave me the opportunity to experience, to become a parent, to have the heart of the parent, and to really feel the need to educate my younger brothers and sisters. Okay, so I had more experience as assistant team leaders, and as we grow, as the elder class grew, we had more. There were more awareness with the parents that we needed to have more purity workshops, more leadership workshops, more divine principle workshops, because we were growing, and we needed to have education for the future. As elders, we need to set up a really a good standard for the younger ones. So this was a picture of the first preteens workshop. And as we grow as elders of the community, so as the Sunday school and the education for the blessed children. And at that time, it was clear to us that we would pave the way for the younger generation and that we would need to set up the standard for them. So we also had experiences as team leaders. I don't know if you can see Christine right here, Christine and Jayon. Yeah. So as more activities for the blessed children were held in Manila, the capital in the Philippines, more and more second generation from all parts of the countries would come. We would meet second gen that we haven't met for a long time. We'd meet a second gen never saw before, but that didn't matter. We felt connected right away. As Auntie Elaine was saying, second gens would really feel connected to each other. And we would always reflect to each other that we felt closer to our friends in church, second generation, than our friends in school, because we felt the connection through parents and because of our identity. To us, we look forward for summer because it meant that we would meet our brothers and sisters from all parts of the Philippines. And I would remember one quote that Sir Julius always said, that once a team leader will always be a team leader. After this workshop, even when your team members go back to their homes, they would still look up to you as your elder sisters. They would still look up to you as their team leaders. So you have to maintain that artistic connection with them. And that would be the same, I think, for Sunday school teachers. Even when they go back to their homes, you will still be their Sunday school teacher. And we also had this experience to become staff. And Sir Julius invested a lot in taking care of the team leaders so we can take care of our entire team. And as team leaders, we felt really connected to each other, sharing our struggles as team leaders with our members, especially those who don't listen and who have a world of their own. But, you know, during these experiences of our hardships and heartbreaks, Sir Julius would educate us and would tell us that we were experiencing the heart of true parents. And this was also the time that we were allowed to do fundraising and all other service projects. And with these experiences, we were able to train our hearts deeper. And to have this as opportunity to become staff, we also had the opportunity to organize workshops in different parts of the countries with Sir Julius. And I would tag along and become staff. And so we would meet second gens who don't know they are second gens, or this is the first time that they would meet your parents for the first time. So there would be people, why are we doing Kyongbe? And that would be a very big shock for me. And sometimes when we would go there, this would be the start of the awareness of the need of the education to make for blessed children, especially tailored for blessed children. And my message to you as Sunday school teachers is that you are our second parents. So even when they go back to their homes or wherever they are, you will always be part of our life. You will always be our parents. You will be our second parents. Because even though it's just once a week, but if you make that artistic connection with them, especially if you are the first person to give them the path, the foundation for their life of faith, we will always be connected with you. And I hope that as teachers, we would always feel the need to connect them for their next stage. So your mission would not end as Sunday school teachers, but your mission is to always be their second parents. So it is also your responsibility as a whole community, not only the parents, but together with the parents, you work to connect these children for their next stage in life, whether it would be a Sunday school teacher or a CARP leader or CARP member or go to YLT, and most especially to prepare them for the blessing. So I would like to share my last, this is the testimony that I wrote for the think tank manual, and I would like to read this with everyone. Sunday school was the first place I learned about my identity as second generation, and it is the first place I felt community. Being an only child in my family and the only second generation in my school, I was able to connect with more blessed children through Sunday school. Sunday was my favorite day of the week because I can finally meet my friends and I learned the reason why I'm unique. From a young age, I learned not only about the Bible, but also who true parents is and why they are significant to me. Sunday school holds a lot of memories. From my first Christmas party, my first singing performance, my first baking experience, my first fundraising experience, and to my first team leading and first teaching experience. Sunday school watched me grow and shape me to be the person I am today. The artistic connections I made through Sunday school will always remain in my heart. And so I hope you made that kind of connections to your students. And then I hope they will be the future organizers of blessed children educations in your country. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our sister Yesun, for sharing your experience and how your faith was transformed through the Sunday school education and also helping other second gen. I'm sure this will motivate and inspire all the Sunday school teachers here today to work even harder to raise our God's children, like our special speaker speak today. So brother and sister, remember that if you have any question you would like to ask the testimony giver, please message the moderator under the name Q&A privately in the chat box.
And so now we will actually enter the Q&A session. I'm sure after a whole day of lectures and testimonies, many of you want to get some clarifications or answers from our speakers. But before that, I would like to introduce our moderator for today. He is a second generation from Hong Kong, and his name is Cesario, and he will be leading us in this session. Let's welcome him up.
Welcome.
Yay.
Hello everyone. I'm here from Hong Kong, and I'm the brother of Henry. So, thank you for all the amazing lectures and testimonies today. We have received many questions from our inspired participants, and in this section, I'll be directing the questions to our amazing speakers. Now, without further ado, let's just invite back our beloved speaker with a warm welcome. So let's invite back our Dr. Malcolm and Hiromi-san and Sister Yesu. So thank you so much. And now I'll ask the questions individually to one speaker by once at a time. But if other speakers want to answer to, please feel free to do so. So now let's start with the first question. The first question is for Dr. Malcolm. And one of the participants asked, is it important for blessed children to know about and study the constitution of the country? And maybe of the lesson should be maybe taught in the curriculum.
Sorry, could you repeat?
The question is about
a little bit choppy.
Sorry. The question is about, it's important for blessed children to know and study about Chung-Il-guk constitution, maybe about Chung-Il-guk and the different organizations about a church.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Not only Chung-Il-guk constitution, the concept of Chung-Il-guk, I think this is very important point. for the younger kids, we can simplify. Of course, the concept of heaven is so important, and the concept of ideal community is very important. In a very practical way, we can teach them what is that ideal world or ideal community that we want to build. And then as they grow up, then they can understand more. Oh, Chonilguk is not just being ideal. So it's centered on true parents, centered on blessed families. Then they understand more what is blessing. And then, so that's why it's a gradual process. But this is also very important point because, of course, the concept of ideal world, they can get that also when they are learning from other sources, right? Not only in the Sunday school. So they can have different concept of what ideal world is. But very important as part of our education for our second gen is to to have a very clear understanding what is that ideal world is. So and then we bring in the concept of having our true parents and then living together as blessed families and then expanding this. So that's why later on, I think some of our elder second gens, now the concept of chonbo is very important, right? So I would say that bringing them to the tradition and to the concept of what ideal world is, like Chonilguk is, these are also very important part of the education of our second gens.
Thank you so much for our answer from Dr. Maladam. I agree that we should really guide and educate our second gens about what true parents built for us and taught us about. So for our second question, I would like to ask Hiromi-san. And one of the participants asked it, what are good and practical ways to deal with a difficult student?
Difficult student.
Sorry, can you hear the question clearly? One of the participants asked, what are good and practical ways to deal with a difficult student?
Difficult student? How to guide?
Yeah, maybe it's like student with like bad attitude, or they don't disobey in class, they don't want to join class actually. So.
That maybe depend on the age also. The small children time and then also the differently too. But at the first for me, what I'm doing is at the first the artistic relationship. Without the relationship cannot scold, right? Like my children, I can directly scold my own children because already tight relationship. Even sometimes the way of conveying the word, sometimes I mistake, no, but still there is this relationship, not so big problem because later I can follow. But if no tight relationship, cannot also. So if I can understand the situation with this child, and I can understand or the heart of this child and those background and situation, I can say. But if cannot, just come to the suddenly come like that child, just only like motherly way, welcome, welcome, embrace, right? But yeah, at the first like that. But the person who have something problem, basically okay, but sometimes some problem, call and then directly talk. What happened, what the situation or something. And if you need some other guidance or something that have a holding some problem that this person and listen first and then try to think together or something. But if the really very far person, there's something, the problem, yeah, at the first welcome. Cannot, even there is something problem, I cannot say anything, just welcome only. Yeah. But little by little making the artistic relationship first and the later. Yeah, this is, I'm doing. It's okay, like that?
Yeah, thank you so much for the answer.
I just want to add, regarding difficult students, actually very different level of difficult students. Some difficult students are like very overactive and too much, like noisy and disturbing. But there are also some difficult students who don't want to be involved. Like they just sit there very quiet. They don't want to talk. So these are also difficult, right? Because you don't know what they feel. So that's why, especially for younger kids, the support of the parents are very important. For the elder class, normally maybe the Sunday school teacher can handle it because they are already like as mentioned by Ate Yesun, already there are like elder brothers, elder sisters there. But for the toddlers and the smaller ones, we need the presence of more like mothers who are there and then supporting the Sunday school teacher. And then once you identify who the difficult children are, then give more focus there, give more time, give more attention. But it's not easy to open their hearts quickly. So as I have mentioned, it's gradual, and then they become more comfortable with the teacher, especially if they have new teacher. Wow, this is something like shocking for them. Suddenly somebody in front of them, who is this? And then suddenly starting to ask them to sing or to dance. And sometimes they struggle. Oh, why suddenly this person come? So that's why. And I remember one of the difficult students are some children who don't want to separate from their mother. Always, with their mother. So, and I remember, I think one of our Sunday school teacher here in Philippines, Rumi-san, right? When, who is that? I think the son, what's his name? I forgot his name. The eldest son. Now he's very elder already. Always tugging along, holding the skirt of her mother while her mother is teaching Sunday school. So, but these are very exciting, just enjoy. Sunday school teachers, of course, you are positive disciplinarian, but enjoy the uniqueness of its children. So, but important, do not limit your capacity to understand and capacity to adjust to them. Go down to their level. This is very important when dealing with some children with some of these special needs and special attention. So that's why I think this is one way for Sunday school teachers to anticipate in their Sunday school class. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer.
I can add more. And for the elder one, if something not a problem, but something not to come, the person who don't come to the Sunday school even, I will ask to the active children to make a relationship. If the like adult, not so easy to have, but the among second gen, try to have a good relationship so that they can have a good relationship, and then through active second gen, little by little come to the that side. Yeah, like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I think being Sunday school teacher is like being a parent. You need a lot of skills and experience. So I apologize if there's any audio quality problem. So the support team will type up the question in the chat session if you cannot hear it correctly. So moving on to our next question. And this is a question for our sister Yesun. And the question is about how can we guide second gens to be interested or pursue a life of faith? So coming from being a second gen, I think Sister Yesun have a lot of experience in pursuing a life of faith.
Pursuing a life of faith. That's very interesting question. Thank you for those who asked. It's a very hard one because for every person's background and story is very different. So the way you approach them would also depend on their background. If they're parents and both of them are very, very connected to the church, you can be strict with them, and you can guide them directly. This. But if they are the type of the family that's not very connected with the church, and you want them to have a life of faith, strong life of faith, and to pursue a good life of faith, then you would really need to make good artistic connection first, and build that trust as a teacher. And because like for students, they really trust the teacher a lot. So if you build a trust with your students, then you can guide them in artistic way to really pursue a life of faith. But personally, for me, how I pursued my life of faith is through different kinds of experiences. So ask them not only Sunday school, but ask them to also join YLT, ask them also to become part of service projects, also ask them to become part of CARP. The only way that the only way that you can make your life of faith very strong is if you experience life of faith, going through frontline experience, going through heart of the parent. So when you have members who are under you and you take care of them, you know, the story that I shared earlier when we were paired as elder class and younger class, that was the first time that I felt that, oh, I have to take care of these younger ones. And so with that kind of experience, I wanted to have a good life of faith so I can share that to my younger ones. So yeah, so I think, experiencing frontline, experiencing the heart of a parent, I think that's the start. We can be connected to true parents more deeply. But of course, it depends on the situation. But generally, that's from my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a really tall task to guide someone life of faith, and it's a task that we have to really work hard on. And for our next question is for Dr. Malakdam. And one of the participants asked it, is that if the children have bad impression of to the parents, or especially to the parents that have say bad thing about church, how can we help the children to understand and to always comfort children's hearts?
Actually, Sunday school teachers will encounter this kind of situation when they're, as I think I mentioned in my presentation, some of the children might start sharing about their struggles with their parents, particularly in terms of questioning already the life of faith of parents, because sometimes they can compare with other parents who are active in the providence, and then when they go home, they see their parents not so much active or not so much involved. So this are one of the struggles of our blessed children, especially when they become teenagers and they start thinking on their own, they become more independent. When they are toddlers, they don't worry about that. They don't mind about that so much. But once they become, adolescents, and then that's the time they start also checking the life of faith of their parents. But as I have mentioned, the role of the Sunday school teacher should be like mediators. Of course, we are like representatives of true parents. However, our role also, we are mediators between the children and their own parents. So that's why, of course, once we listen, then let's try to comfort them and understand their situation if they have this kind of struggles. But most important is later on, you have to connect them back to their parents. So that we have to understand, of course, the center is always true parents, right? Center is always true parents, but because they themselves will question, oh, my parents are following true parents, but why they are like this? So they might ask like this. So that's why then as Sunday school teachers, you need to have a way how to comfort them, listen to them, not necessarily solve their problems, but most important is how to connect with the heart of their parents. Actually, in this way, there are also some cases that because of that concern of the children, then that opens the way also for the parents to change later on. There are many stories like this, that because their children are active, they became ashamed also. Now my children are looking at me. Now my children are seeing my problems. So and then they become concerned about that. So as parents, they start also changing. They start also becoming active again. So there are several stories like this that I heard. So that's why it's give and take, It's not always that children are learning from their parents. Also, parents are learning from and growing from their children. So I think it's a good community of faith that we have to build. So that's why I think I also emphasize the point that you know, that shared responsibility. So not only, oh, that's the problem of my children, and then if we have that kind of attitude, these are my children, so this is my problem. No, it's everybody's problem because they are Heavenly Parents' children. They are true parents' children. So that's why the shared concern, everybody starts to pray for this child or have concern with the concern of this child. I think building this kind of community is very healthy in our movement. So that's why I hope that when Sunday schools are established in some of our centers, then the support of the Blessed Parents community is so important, so that the Sunday school teachers will not feel alone, will not feel alone. And then later on, they just absorb all these kinds of problems, and then become stressful to the Sunday school teacher. And then suddenly Sunday school teacher, I don't like anymore, 2 months. So that's why there should be some kind of a support group from among the Blessed Parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really agree that these teachers, they have a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of ability and possibility for us to really guide and nurture our second generation. And I'm really sorry. There's so many great questions. But for the participants who ask questions, maybe cannot be asked today, I'll pass it on to tomorrow and see if they have a chance to ask it tomorrow. And thank you so much for our speakers to really give their heart and answer some of these questions, and really to share and to give their experience to us. And I hope that we can really have a renewed inspiration and energy and to really foster our second gen and to create a great future for our church. So now this is the end of our Q&A session, and I'll pass the stage back on to our MCs.
Thank you so much, my brother, PF, for moderating, helping us. And also especially thank you for the speaker, also trying their best to answer the question from the participants. And also I want to also give a big thank you for the participant who has been joining us from 1 o'clock today and together with us, and really proud of everyone who joined. And we are really trying to make something greater, trying to be better Sunday school teacher. And so we're grateful for everyone's participation. And actually we almost reached the end of our program today. But before we close, we will have want to make a few announcements. So please remember to hand in your reflections. So the way to hand in, you can scan the code in the PPT we shown. So because we also want to receive some feedbacks. So the speakers and we as organizers want to know the feedback from you. So you can scan and try to fill in the reflection.
And if you can't scan now, you can also take a picture. So later when we finish, you also have some time to fill it in as well. So we'll leave the PPT, the PowerPoint right here, so you can have some time to take a picture with your phone. And also tomorrow for our day 2 workshop, we will be starting at the same time at 12:45 p.m. Bangkok time. So please join the Zoom meeting again on time so we can enjoy our second day of our workshop. And so and also for all the national coordinators and also staff, please stay back for the staff meeting after the program ends. And so to close today's program, I would actually like to offer a closing prayer. So I would invite everyone to join prayer with me. Please join me in prayer. Our dearest, beloved Heavenly Parents and true parents, good evening. Thank you so much that we're able to have this Asia Pacific Sunday School Teachers Training Workshop today. This is our first day of workshop, and already we have received so much content, inspiration, and also heartfelt sharings from all of our testimony givers, speakers, and also lecturers as well. And I'm sure all of this content and experiences shared by the speakers have brought so many inspirations and also ideas to all of our Sunday school teachers here, and also those who wants to become Sunday schools in the future. This really allows us to understand the importance of our education for young people, our second generation, since their early childhood, as we know that they are not just
ordinary children of our own, of each parent and families, but they are the true princes and princesses of our heavenly parents and true parents. And so as Sunday school teacher, we have this great mission that we should inherit from our true parents, and to practice this divine principle and really teaching these to our next generation so that they can be raised as future leaders to contribute and lead not just the movement, but also the whole world, and to really build this kingdom on earth, on heaven, a kingdom of heaven on earth. And so we really hope that all of the participants here, we can have throughout this day, we can really gather our thoughts and to reflect on how we can improve ourselves, and to also prepare our hearts to receive more content from all of the speakers from tomorrow as well. And so please guide us and also lead us to have to continue our workshop successfully. And yes, we hope that you have also enjoyed this time together with us during this whole day. And so I would like to offer up this prayer on behalf of all my brothers and sisters here, Simon Pang, Erinette Pang's daughter, and Will Pang as second gen Aju. So thank you so much, everyone, and all of the Sunday schools teachers to participate in our Asia Pacific Sunday School Teachers Training Workshop for today. And please stay tuned for the exciting program for our Day 2 workshop tomorrow. And we will see each other soon again tomorrow at the same time, 12:45 p.m. Bangkok time. Thank you so much, everyone.
See you all.
Thank you so much, Sir Julius. Thank you for all our sister hard work. Thank you, Yesun, Luna.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
감사합니다.
So much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all translators.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you so much for hardworking translators. Thank you, Toya, for Mongolia.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, all the leaders. Yeah. So see you tomorrow, everyone. Thank you so
Bye.
much.
See you all tomorrow.
Yeah, all our hardworking teachers for AP1, AP2, thank you so much. And all our national coordinator, please stay back. And also the key staff, yeah, we have a meeting afterwards, yeah. After, yeah, immediate now, yeah, we have a discussion, prepare for tomorrow. So thank you so much. All our leaders, thank you, yeah, and all our teachers, please have a good rest and see you tomorrow.
Do the translators stay for